Chapter 17:40. No traces. Sonny had been right. The archer was long gone by the time the arrows hit. Kai flew all the way to the edges of the city, searching for the sniper with his miraculous vision, but found no trace of them. He did discover the sniper nest on the roof of a dormitory tower in the outskirts, close to 50 kilometers away from the Nightmare Gate. However, there were no clues to be found there, only a few footprints in the snow, and punctured concrete where the arrows had been thrust into it for ease of access. The arrows themselves were memories, and had either dissolved after being destroyed or disappeared after being dismissed. There were no functional cameras in that area of the outskirts, so no records remained to identify the attacker. The sniper, whoever it was, had disappeared like a ghost. By the time Kai returned, the park looked like a disturbed anthill. Nephi's had insisted on healing the soldiers who had been hurt in the explosion, and there were no casualties. But an attempt on the life of one of the two princesses of valor, or maybe even both of them, was no small matter. Government forces flooded the scene, both to take care of the gate and to investigate the scandalous event. There was nothing they could find, of course, but doing nothing was not an option. Sonny had accompanied Nephi's as she healed the soldiers and received their gratitude, both admiration and devotion burning in their relieved eyes. Then he followed her to the side of a medical vehicle, where Morgan was waiting for them while typing something on her communicator with a cold expression. Sid, the firekeeper, was walking behind them sullenly, her civilian clothes in disarray. That was where Kai eventually found them. The charming archer relayed his findings with a troubled look on his face. "We will conduct a thorough investigation on the scene, of course, but I am afraid that we won't find anything. There is no physical evidence left, and since the attacker was careful enough to eliminate these traces, they would have had means to throw off our divination experts as well." He looked at Nephi's with guilt in his eyes. "I am sorry. There is not a lot that the government can do," she grimaced silently. Morgan, however, was more vocal. Looking at Kai with a frown, she said in a cold tone, "NQSC is your territory. Please forgive me for being blunt, Saint Kai, but the government is allowed to exist because it is useful maintaining order in the waking world. If members of my clan can be freely attacked on your land with no consequences, then what use is there for the government?" He met her sharp gaze somberly, not saying anything. She scoffed and shook her head. "Fine, whatever." My little sister answered the call and hurried to prevent a gate crisis in her usual selfless manner, but ended up being struck by human arrows. Once the news gets out, what do you think will happen? Kai frowned, still having nothing to say. However, Sonny was staring at Morgan instead. She brings up an interesting point. How had this ambush been possible to begin with? It took a lot of time to plan an assassination, especially if the target was a saint. However, their decision to answer the emergency alert had been made on the spur of the moment. No one could have known that Nephi's would be in this park on this day. The only way to predict her actions would have been to know about the descent of the gate in advance, as well as getting access to her schedule. Had the government known about the gate long before but held back the information, why would they? The location Morgan had chosen for the meeting was too conveniently close to the emerging gate as well. Was it a coincidence, or had she really known what would happen? Sonny tilted his head a little, an amusing thought surfacing in his mind. Did Valor send the sniper themselves? Why would they try to dispose of Nephi's now? Had the ambush even been an earnest attempt to kill Nephi's? Sure, a different saint could have been killed by those arrows, but it was very doubtful that she would have been seriously harmed. But then again, very few people really knew the full extent of Neph's abilities. The party responsible for the assassination attempt could have simply misjudged how hard she was to kill. Too many things seemed strange about this incident. One fact was undeniable, though: the entire situation smelled fishy. Nephi's finally spoke, placing a hand on Morgan's elbow. "Morgan, that's enough. The Princess of War gave her a long look, then shook her head. No matter. Even without any evidence, there are very few archers in the world who are capable of something like that. The government might not have the means, but we of valor do. It won't be hard to find the suspect after investigating each of them. And when we do, mark my word, St. Kai, there will be hell to pay. He bowed, hiding his face from view. As you wish, Lady Morgan. Sonny was tired of seeing his friend being bullied by someone else, so he turned to Nephi's and asked, hoping to turn the conversation in a different direction. How did you know that the PTV would explode? She glanced at him, hesitated for a few moments, then looked away with a shrug. You probably don't know, Lord Shadow, but there were many attempts on my life when I was younger. I have a lot of experience with this sort of thing. It's easy to notice if a vehicle has been tampered with if you know where to look. I always do. Sonny stared at her silently. But I do know. You've told me before. I even witnessed it in your dreams. That was what he wanted to say, but of course he didn't. Soon, a convoy of heavily armored vehicles appeared near the entrance to the park, these ones painted in the colors of Clan Valor, not the government. Morgan looked at the convoy and put her communicator away with a heavy sigh. Glancing at Kai, she lingered for a moment and said with a semblance of decorum, I will be going then. Please inform me immediately if there is any news about the investigation, Lord Kai. Then she turned to Nephi's. Are you coming? You must be tired after healing all these people. Nephi's considered it, then shook her head. I'll catch up with Kai, you go. There has to be a lot of things you have to deal with. A dark smile appeared on Morgan's face. Ah, yes, I do now. Are you sure, though? Who says that there won't be a secondary attack? If someone manages to kill you, Father will be terribly cross with me. Nephi's raised her chin a little. Her voice remained even when she said, Is there someone who can kill me? Morgan remained silent for a bit, then chuckled and turned away. Suit yourself. Well, my sister is right. If someone manages to kill her, they would have worked really hard. With that, she nodded to Sonny and walked away. Until we meet again, Lord Shadow. Soon, her elegant figure disappeared from view, leaving him alone with Nephi's and Kai. Sonny sighed behind the mask. So, these two are going to catch up. There was no place for him at their friendly reunion, so it would be better for him to leave as well. He opened his mouth, intending to say something curt and aloof, but to his surprise, Nephi spoke first. Giving Kai a poignant look, she turned to Sonny and asked, Lord Shadow, would you mind keeping us company? Chapter 1740, One Best Policy. They left the impact zone in a government transport. The ride was much less luxurious than Neff's destroyed PTV, but Sonny, who had crossed countless kilometers in shaky military vehicles, did not mind. I wonder how much that PTV cost. If Sonny had lost something that lavish and expensive, he would have been cursing the dead gods and drowning in bitterness. But Nephi's did not seem to mind the loss too much. Granted, her mood seemed a little strange. As they drove past the burned remains of the PTV, she stared at it intently, a distant look in her eyes. Are you all right? Sonny wished that it was him who had asked that, but the Lord of Shadows was not that considerate, so he had kept silent and Kai spoke in his stead. Nephi's lingered for a few moments, then looked away from the wreckage and sighed. Sure, it's just that the situation is so familiar, but the outcome is entirely different. Times have changed. It seemed that she was reminiscing about the past, just like Sonny. He had contemplated how different the dread of having to face a nightmare gate for the first time felt from today's battle, where he did not even have to lift a finger. Nephi's, meanwhile, must have been comparing the powerlessness she had felt as a child to today's attempt on her life. The difference had to be quite startling, considering that she was one of the most powerful saints in the world now. The transport moved along the streets of NQSC at a moderate speed. The news of what had happened, however, was spreading much faster. Sonny did not even want to imagine what kind of storm would rise when people learned that Changing Star, humanity's darling, had almost died to a human assassin, while defending innocent lives from a descending nightmare gate. The people responsible for the government's propaganda would be losing their minds by now. They were great masters of both disseminating and suppressing information, but this time, the incident was too sensational, and the parties involved were too renowned. There was no stopping this story from spreading far and wide, so they could only try to control it the best they could. The government was in a tight spot. It was a bit ingenious, actually. Nephi's was so beloved and venerated largely because the government had once decided to make her into a shining symbol for the whole of humanity. She had worked very hard to build upon that foundation, of course, but the government was responsible for the initial push. Now, however, someone had taken the fruit of their labor and used it against them. The public outrage caused by an attempt on changing Star's life would be proportional to the amount of effort the government had put into turning her into someone who was revered and admired by all. That reputation of hers had only grown more exalted in the last 4 years, reaching unimaginable heights. Was the assassin's real goal to undermine the government instead of killing Nephi's? Sunny continued to contemplate who was behind the attack while the transport rolled across the streets of NQSC, eventually reaching a remote district. There, a modest manor stood apart from the bustling city, surrounded by a tall wall. This was the manor of the Immortal Flame clan, which served as the base of operations for the fire keepers in the waking world. The transport passed the security check and made its way to the underground vehicle stable. Kai sent the driver and the guards assigned to Nephi's by the government away. Sid also bade them farewell and left, lamenting the state of her tattered clothes under her nose. The loss of the expensive ensemble seemed to bother her much more than the recent ambush. The fire keepers are certainly a strange bunch. Nephi's led her 2 guests to a secure room in the depths of the manor. Noticing how well protected it was, both from modern means of surveillance and through extensive use of runic magic, Sunny realized that what she had planned wasn't really to catch up with Kai. He had suspected as much. He looked around with outward indifference, then pulled out a chair and sat down. I am guessing this is not a simple reunion among friends. Kai remained standing, leaning on a wall with one shoulder, while Nephi sat across from Sunny and nodded. Indeed. He tilted his head a little. May I know what the purpose of this meeting is, then? Nephi smiled faintly, remained silent for a moment, then looked at Kai. Do you know what Saint Nightingale's flaw is, Lord Shadow? Ah, Sunny leaned back, perfectly relaxed. He can sense lies, does he not? Kai's flaw wasn't exactly advertised, but he had also never made a point of keeping it a secret. So anyone who wished to know would have known. Nephi's nodded. Yes. I thought we'd have an honest conversation, you and I. As a habitual liar, Sunny couldn't help but grow tense at these words. There were so many things he was deceiving the world about. Had she learned 1 or 2 of his secrets? Which ones? How much trouble was he in? Of course, that was not necessarily the case. Nephi's could have simply wanted to discuss something that did not tolerate falsehoods. In any case, none of Sunny's worries showed in his body language. In fact, he smiled behind the mask. After maintaining silence for a couple seconds, Sunny shrugged. Why not? I am the most honest person in the world after all, 2 worlds even. Nephi stared at him for a moment, then glanced at Kai. Kai studied Sunny with a very strange expression, hesitated for a bit, and gave her a short nod. She seemed perplexed. Sunny suppressed a chuckle. So, what did you want to discuss with me, Lady Nephi's? Nephi's frowned slightly. However, her voice was even when she spoke. We've been dancing around the issue for a while now. You gave me plenty of hints, subtle or not. We are supposed to be allies, so what I want to discuss today will decide how far our alliance will go. If you don't mind, I will ask you a few questions. The nature of our partnership will depend on your answers. He remained silent, voicing no objections. She lingered for a while, then nodded and said, First and foremost, I am quite curious. You seem to be very keen on knowing how I would kill a supreme Lord Shadow. What exactly makes you think that I, a princess of the sword domain, am so interested in regicide? Sunny stared at her silently, cold darkness nestling in the eyes of his emotionless mask. His onyx armor glistened with a sinister luster in the dull lamplight. Eventually, he spoke in an aloof tone. I can answer your question with 3 of my own. Nephi's raised an eyebrow. Oh. He nodded, then said evenly, who attempted to kill you as a child? Why? And what would I do in your place after becoming a saint? His voice turned even colder than usual. Imagine that a bunch of traitors killed my father, conspired to ruin my clan, and turned my life into living hell. The further into hell I fell, the higher these despicable ghouls rose. Ah, if something like that happened to me, I would have been positively peeved. Sunny shrugged. In short, it's because I know enough about you, Lady Nephi's. She studied him for a while with a deadpan expression, then glanced at Kai. Receiving his confirmation, Nephi scowled. Her voice sounded a little flat. I must say my sister was right. You are indeed very well informed for a recluse, Lord Shadow. Chapter 1742, Good Reason. Sunny grinned behind the mask. What can I say? I wasn't always a recluse. She contemplated for a few moments and eventually nodded. All right. Then my next question. Let's presume that you are correct and I do indeed harbor such an interest. But what about you? What is your reason? Sunny chuckled. Would you believe me if I said that my reason is exactly the same as yours? Nephi's thought for a moment, then shook her head. Not really. He tilted his head a little. Well, fair enough. It's not. In truth, I don't have as great a grudge against the sovereigns as you do. I do despise them a great deal, true, but to answer your question, I guess it has to do with what I desire. She pierced him with a heavy gaze. And what is it that you desire, Lord Shadow? He laughed coldly. Oh, nothing much. A nice house with a scenic view, somewhere warm and pleasant, tasty meals and good company, enough money for a comfortable life, safety and well-being, stuff like that. Nephi's blinked a couple of times. She seemed quite surprised by that answer. You live in a dark temple in the middle of a death zone, surrounded by dreadful nightmare creatures. But all you desire is a nice house and tasty food. Sunny stared at her emotionlessly. Don't forget the good company. He paused, then added evenly. You might think that it's a simple wish, Lady Nephi's, but that is the thing in this world we live in. Even a simple wish like that is insurmountable. One would have to be a god to live without worries. No. Actually, even becoming a god might not be enough. She frowned. What does it have to do with your enmity against the great clans and the sovereigns? He remained silent for a few moments. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded dark and sinister. The root of my enmity lies in the fact that they insist on dictating the shape of the world where I live, while not possessing enough competence to keep it safe. Their methods, their callousness, and their hubris are both misguided and loathsome. What better proof there is than this war they are about to start? Sunny shook his head. In other words, I disdain the notion of allowing the sovereigns to decide my fate. I would rather have the power to make such decisions for myself. I've fought long and hard to gain it. Kai nodded silently, signaling to Nephi's that he was telling the truth. She took a deep breath and looked at Sunny silently. Slowly, white sparks ignited in her eyes and a faint smile appeared on her face. Next question, then. You could have moved independently or made alliances with all kinds of other people. Yet you chose to build a relationship with me. Why? Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then shrugged. What was he supposed to answer? Because you are changing star. Noticing a silent question in her eyes, he added somberly, You know, people these days tend to dismiss the value of a proper education. Take basic language skills, for example. Very few make an effort to earnestly learn the runic languages of the dream realm, relying on the spell to do the translating for them. If they did, however, they would have known what your true name really means, Lady Nephi's. Sunny smiled. hiding behind the motionless mask. You are not a star that changes, but rather one that causes change. A star that brings ruin and misfortune, but also opportunity. We live in a time of great upheaval, and is there a better person to forge an alliance with than someone who is fated to be at the center of all these calamities? He chuckled. Someone like me, who is not fated for anything, can do worse than to attach myself to someone like you. It's even better if I place you in my debt. A common enemy, a shared fate, and a little bit of leverage is the perfect foundation for a lasting alliance, don't you think? Sonny finished speaking and looked at Kai. The charming archer hesitated under his gaze, then nodded slowly. There, that should be enough. However, this time, Nephise did not look to Kai for confirmation. Instead, she stared directly at Sonny and said, "You are lying." He frowned, taken aback. After a long pause, Sonny said in an even tone, "Hasn't St. Nightingale just confirmed that I'm not?" She shook her head lightly. "Kai has the ability to discern lies, but he is too honest and too decent. There are many ways to deceive someone by telling the truth, and that is what you are doing, Lord Shadow. You are not telling me everything, which is fine. I don't need to know all your secrets. But I do need to know if we really share a common enemy and why you've decided to become my ally." Sonny remained silent for a while. Damn it. She had forgotten him, so why had she not forgotten all his lessons in deceit? Eventually, he sighed and looked away. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then allowed the mask of indifference the Lord of Shadow wore to crack a little, revealing a glimpse of sincerity. "Someone told me once that people like me are born to destroy things, not build them. That this world needs killers and destroyers more than it needs saviors and builders. Well, they were right." He looked at her, hiding behind an expressionless mask. "I am indeed best at killing. However, there are people building things all over the dream realm today. There is a young girl building a road somewhere in the song domain right now. Elsewhere in the sword domain, a young father is developing a farm to feed his wife and child. These people might not be as powerful as me, or as ambitious as me. They can't slay nightmare creatures as well as me. But they matter, too." Sonny grimaced and added evenly, "That young girl, that farmer's child, and countless others like them. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I hope that all the killing I do will change the world into a shape that allows them to live their lives building new things, even if they have to build them on the ruins that people like us, changing star, leave in our wake." He leaned forward a little. "How is that for a reason?" She remained silent for a long while, looking at him calmly. Eventually, it seemed as if Nephise accepted his answer. She sighed, then asked nonchalantly, "Do you serve any of the three supremes?" Sonny shook his head. "I don't," she nodded. "Are you planning to betray me?" He chuckled. "Not particularly." Nephise raised an eyebrow, then she smiled slightly. "Are you hiding anything from me, Lord Shadow?" Sonny shrugged. "A great deal of things." She looked at Kai, received his confirmation, and then leaned back in her chair. "Fine, this is acceptable. Then I'll be honest, too." At that moment the door opened, and someone who Sonny had very much not expected to see entered the room. Jet glanced at him with a scowl, then turned to Nephise and said, her voice harsh, "This guy reeks of death." A crooked smile twisted her lips. "I like him." Chapter 1743. A small group of committed citizens. Sonny was surprised to see Jet here. She was one of the executive leaders of the government now, after all. Someone like her was not supposed to visit members of a great clan unannounced. Not that he wasn't happy to see her. Jet was exactly like she had been before. Her ivory skin, raven black hair, and icy blue eyes made for a striking sight. Despite the fact that she had risen much higher in the government hierarchy by now, her uniform was pretty much the same. It was just that there were 4 stars on the insignia instead of 3. If anything had changed, it was that she seemed even more sleep-deprived than usual, if that was even possible. Sonny found himself staring at her without meaning to, but for a very different reason than he had during their first meeting. It was just good to see her after all that time. Jet stared back at him. You must be the Lord of Shadows. He nodded and answered evenly. You must be Soul Reaper Jet. She studied him for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. What's up with the Halloween costume? Huh. Sonny tilted his head, contemplated her question, and asked seriously, What is Halloween? Jet blinked a couple of times. Eventually, she waved a hand at him. Never mind. I've heard a lot about you, Shadow. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. Well, sort of. So no one is going to explain to me who this Halloween is. Rude. Sonny frowned behind the mask. Only the good things, I hope. Jet grinned. Well, they say that you rule a death zone, eat cursed nightmare creatures for breakfast, wrestle titans for fun, and can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters on a full moon. He stared at her somberly. That is preposterous. She nodded and wanted to respond, but before she could, Sonny added in an even tone, I can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters any time I want. What does the moon have to do with it? Jet seemed to forget what she was supposed to say. Standing beside her, Kai suddenly choked on thin air. Sonny smiled silently. Looking at Nephi's, he asked, Lady Nephi's, you mentioned that you would be honest with me. I wonder what you were about to say. She lingered for a moment, but it was Jet who answered instead. Officially, I am here to placate Nephi's on behalf of the government. To tell you the truth, this assassination attempt saved me a lot of trouble otherwise. I would have had to come secretly. Actually, I am here to meet you, Shadow. Sonny studied the two of them, having a few guesses about what was about to happen. Nephi's nodded. We are waiting for a couple more people as well. Almost as soon as she said it, Sonny became aware that someone else was in the room. He shifted his gaze, noticing that Cassie had appeared at some point, standing quietly beside a wall. The darkness nestling in the eyes of his mask seemed to grow even more impenetrable. Song of the Fallen, she bowed lightly. Lord Shadow. It wasn't that strange that he had not sensed her approach. Sonny could still feel the underlying fabric of existence rippling around them subtly, somewhat akin to the shockwave of an opening nightmare gate. It was a strange sensation that only saints could feel, announcing that someone had crossed over from another realm nearby. Cassie must have arrived directly from Bastion. But then, Sonny sensed something else, a terrible premonition. In the next moment there was the sound of energetic footsteps and Effie entered the room gingerly. She looked around and her gaze settled on Sonny. He tensed immediately. Gods, what is that woman going to say now? Effie stared at him for a few moments, then smiled. Hey. With that she turned to Nephi's, way inferior to Master Sunless. I bet he can't even cook. Stay strong, princess. Nephi's closed her eyes. Sonny, meanwhile, opened them wide. What the hell do you mean, way inferior? How can I be inferior to that lazy bastard? I mean, we're the same person. Cassie had a very strange expression on her face. Nephi's exhaled slowly, remained motionless for a moment, and opened her eyes again. Lord Shadow, meet Saint Athena raised by wolves. Sonny stared at Effie, lamenting the fact that looks could not kill, or rather, his looks could not. There had to be an awakened out there somewhere with such aspect, and definitely more than a few nightmare creatures. He said emotionlessly, She's loud. Effie gave him a dirty look and grinned. Wanna arm wrestle? If you win, I'll shut up. Scowling behind the mask, Sonny tilted his head and stared at her some more. He was tempted but did not wish to destroy the table. I don't, she laughed. Good choice. With that, she finally sat down. Now there were 6 of them sitting around a table which coincidentally was round. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, Saint Kasha, Song of the Fallen, Nightsinger Kai, the Dragon Slayer, Saint Athena, raised by wolves, the War Beast, Soul Reaper Jet, and a mysterious transcendent known as the Lord of Shadows. The 5 saints looked at him while Sonny stared back at them silently. The cohort is all here. He secretly looked around. The room where they had gathered was not exactly opulent, but something told him that history was going to be made here today. He could practically sense it in the air, the omen of ruinous change. Sonny sighed and said evenly, It seems that I've found myself in illustrious company. Nephi's remained silent for a while, then sighed. I told you that the nature of our partnership would depend on your answers, Lord Shadow. Your answers were satisfactory, so I've decided to trust you. Enough so, at least, to bring you into the inner circle. These people are my closest confidants. She paused, then added after some deliberation. Usually, I would not have been so quick to trust someone. But time is not on our side, and my instincts tell me that you deserve it. I've asked St. Kai to help me confirm this feeling. I hope you won't take offense. St. Cassia advised me to take this step as well. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said in an aloof tone, "What a strange group. 2 renowned transcendent warriors of the sword domain. 3 exalted champions of the government, and me, a stray that has no master. Why exactly are the 6 of us gathered here together?" Nephi's looked at each of the gathered people slowly. Then she shrugged and answered in her usual even tone, "Because the 6 of us are going to destroy the sovereigns." Chapter 1744, Changing the World. The 6 of them were going to destroy the sovereigns. Sunny was silent for a while, staring at the members of the cohort from behind his expressionless mask. Then he chuckled. "You want to topple both domains and completely change the world with just 6 people." Nephi's remained composed and gave him a nonchalant shrug. "Why not? Wasn't the world I want to change shaped by just 3? He had no retort. The current shape of the world had indeed been dictated by 3 powerful individuals: Anvil of Valor, Kai Song, and Asterion. For the past 2 decades or so, they had been acting as the gods of humanity, deciding its fate from behind the curtains. And now, Nephi's and her cohort were preparing to rise in rebellion against the gods. It was strangely poetic. It was also a little ominous, as if history was repeating itself. Sunny sighed. "So you are welcoming me into your underground revolution club. Well, fine. That has been my intention all along as well. But now that we have reached this point, I need to ask you the same question again, Lady Nephi's, this time in a less hypothetical context. How do you plan to defeat the sovereigns?" She met his dark gaze calmly. "My answer stays the same, by attaining supremacy myself." His gaze suddenly turned much more intense. "Oh, have you found a way to become a supreme without challenging the 4th nightmare?" Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in hearing the answer. He had been trying to discover the secrets of supremacy himself. After all, in Neff's case, she couldn't challenge the 4th nightmare because she wasn't allowed to. But in his case, he simply couldn't without the spell. Coming into contact with nightmare seeds was meaningless. Not only was Sunny unable to enter a nightmare, but getting too close to a seed put him at risk of becoming corrupted. Nephi's inhaled slowly, a hint of tension appearing in her eyes for a short moment. "Did I find a way? This is a complicated issue. In a sense, yes, I did find a way to become supreme. However, I am still searching for the means of actually walking that path." Sunny frowned behind the mask. "You will have to be more specific than that, I'm afraid." She looked away and smiled faintly. "Each aspect is unique, and so the paths to supremacy are unique for each individual. At the root of it all lies the act of imposing your will upon the world, thus attaining authority over it. But the actual imposition differs from aspect to aspect, as does the process. It all depends on one's source element." For now, what Nephi's was saying followed Sunny's own guesses. What she said next, however, surprised him. "My source element is longing. Desire, yearning, passion, inspiration. The more people I inspire to feel a sense of longing, the more of them become a part of my source element. By building up my source element, I am building the foundation of my future domain. In fact, it has already been built." Sunny stared at her wordlessly. "Huh." Suddenly, he saw many of the actions Nephi's had taken in the last 4 years in a new light. The tireless wandering, the endless battles against the tide of nightmare creatures, the wordless compliance with being sent to handle the most deadly of calamities over and over again, the public appearances, even the theater plays secretly funded by Cassie. Sunny tilted his head a little. So, has Cassie secretly built her own propaganda machine to prepare for Neff's ascent to supremacy? It seemed very likely. He turned his head and stared at Jet. She smiled at him lazily. Yes. While Nephi's and Cassie were working hard on their side, I've been subtly pulling the strings of the government to fan the flames. The initial decision to make Changing Star into a martyr was not my decision, but the reason why we haven't abandoned this narrative after she was adopted by Valor, and instead doubled down on it, is my doing. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. I understand why Changing Star is doing what she is doing, and why Song of the Fallen is supporting her. But what about you, Soul Reaper? You as well, War Beast and Nightsinger. Why has the government decided to bet on her? Jet chuckled. The government is less monolithic than it has been before. The older generation is too stuck on the idea of maintaining neutrality. It has served them well in the past, so they are naturally biased and assume that it will continue to work. But I am of the opinion that they are wrong. In this new world, neutrality is a myth. No one will be allowed to remain on the sidelines once the sovereigns start fighting for dominance, let alone if one of them becomes a true hegemon. She shook her head. The government itself is different now as well. Our power has grown greatly in the wake of the Chain of Nightmares. Countless Awakened never left after becoming part of the evacuation army, and while we have few saints, the ones we do have are among the most powerful ones in existence. For all intents and purposes, the government is like the fourth great clan now, maybe even the third, considering the dwindling influence of the House of Night. Jet paused for a moment, then sighed. And that is an inevitable process. Soon enough, the Dream Realm will become humanity's new home. In that future, the role of the government will have to change. If we don't adapt, we will disappear. Which is not really a problem, since we would have served our purpose. But then the question is, who will rule that new world? A dark smile appeared on her ivory face, never reaching her cold blue eyes. The King of Swords, the Queen of Worms, or the third one, none of them are qualified. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. Why do you say that? He had his own reasons to believe that the sovereigns were not the best choice to guide humanity. But Jet had always been very practical. What was her reason? She chuckled. Sorry, it's nothing too philosophical. Actually, my reason is very simple. It's because Changing Star has gone from a mundane girl to a saint in about 5 years, while the sovereigns have been stuck at their rank for decades. Once we are all living happily in the Dream Realm, what will the one who wins the war do when an unholy titan wanders out of a death zone? Will they be able to contend with the future? I don't think so, so I am betting on someone who would, because I know that Nephis won't be satisfied with mere supremacy. When Jet finished speaking and gave him a relaxed smile, Effie added in a calm tone, Big Sister is mainly preoccupied with the end result, but as for me, I care about how we get there as well. It's not enough to just preserve the world, it's also important what kind of world it will be. Right now, the stuck-up legacies are looking down on everyone. Drives me nuts, really. Can you imagine how much worse it will become once all of humanity is living under their roof? The kings, the queens, I don't trust any of them, but I do trust Nephis. She at least won't stop me from becoming a supreme myself. If anything, she'll probably push me into a nightmare seed. Nephis did not comment on that, making Effie smile. You would, wouldn't you? See, she's not even denying it. After that, Kai broke the silence, speaking simply. I just believe that it is the right thing to do. No more, but also no less. Sunny stared at them for a while. Eventually, he shook his head. What could he say? You are all crazy. Then he smiled behind the mask. Fortunately for you, I am as well. Fine, I like it. Let's conquer the world. Chapter 1745, Missing Catalyst. After making the bold proclamation, Sunny paused for a moment and then added in an emotionless tone, or rather 2 worlds. One more, one less. It doesn't really make a difference. Jet chuckled at his words, while the others just nodded with varying degrees of seriousness. Only Nephi's did not react, simply looking at him calmly. Sunny sighed, leaned back a little, and said evenly, "However, let us return to the initial conversation. Lady Nephi's, you said that your source element is the people whom you inspire and that they are the foundation of your domain. However, what comes next? How do you plan on building upon that foundation to actually reach supremacy?" He was quite stumped. It seemed that Nephi's was half of a step ahead of him. She had dived deeply into the nature of her source element, to the point of being able to enhance it. Sunny, however, had never even questioned whether his connection to the shadows could be deepened. What was he supposed to do? Actively try to build rapport with the wild shadows, turning them into his zealous followers? Would that bring him closer to supremacy as well? No, I am thinking about it wrong. Nephi's had said it herself, and he knew it too. Each aspect was unique, and the process of realizing a domain differed for each awakened. What worked for her would not work for him, and vice versa. She had to weave a vast tapestry of yearning souls, inspiring people one by one. But his source element was shadows as their lord. He already enjoyed the veneration of every shadow in existence. Sunny had no need to build a foundation for his domain, or did he? If there was a process of accumulation involved in the initial stages of attaining supremacy, then what was he supposed to accumulate? The thought resonated with him so deeply that even the humble shopkeeper stopped what he was doing, far away in Bastion, frowning for a moment. Isn't it quite obvious? Unseen, Sunny's eyes gleamed under the mask. Had he not been accumulating something from the very start of it all? The legion of silent shadows dwelling in his soul. Were they the foundation of his future domain? Shadow God had been the god of death as well, after all. Was Sunny limiting himself by ignoring the connection shadows had with death? If so, what the hell was the nature of his domain supposed to be? He grimaced, feeling more lost than he had been a minute ago. Maybe Nephi's will enlighten me. Sunny waited patiently for her answer. Sadly, he was doomed to be disappointed. When Nephi's finally spoke, a slight frown twisted her brow. "That I am not sure about. As I've said, I know the path to supremacy, but am unable to walk it yet. There has to be some kind of catalyst that will ignite the foundation I've built, turning it into an actual domain. The soul, the source element, the world, once all three are fused together by will, a sovereign is born, but how to fuse them? I do not know. Damn it." Sunny sighed secretly. Well, it would have been too easy if the answer was handed to him on a platter. He remained silent for a while, then asked somberly, "So, what you are saying is that you must become a supreme to defeat the sovereigns without drowning the dream realm in the blood of mundane humans. However, you have no clue how to actually achieve it. Therefore, this whole uprising of ours is a gamble." Nephi smiled faintly. "When has anything been without risk in this life? If you know a way to become supreme, Lord Shadow, I am all ears." He tilted his head and stared at her emotionlessly. "If I knew a way, would I still be a saint? The last sovereign I killed was not very talkative, so I didn't have a chance to ask. In fact, Daron of the Twilight Sea had been entirely incapable of speech by the time Sunny killed him." Kai's chair suddenly wobbled. Nephi spared him a glance, then chuckled. "Indeed, however, it is not entirely up to fate. In fact, I have a reason to believe that there will be progress soon." Sunny raised an eyebrow behind the mask. "Oh, how so?" She lingered for a moment. "Once the war starts and we enter Godgrave, there will be plenty of great nightmare creatures around, as well as some cursed ones. Watching how they impose their will upon the world might give us a clue. More than that, in the later stages of the war, Anvil and Kai Song will take to the battlefield personally. Observing them will be even more illuminating." Nephi's paused, then added evenly, "Additionally, I am moving toward a breakthrough in mastering my aspect legacy. I suspect that receiving that boon will be of great help." Sunny blinked a couple of times. Her aspect legacy. The last time he had glimpsed her runes, only one of the 7 fruits was unlocked, the knowledge of fire. It deepened her already startling connection to that element and bestowed knowledge upon her, including the true names having to do with flames. What other branches were there? Knowledge of souls, knowledge of authority. What knowledge was she hoping to receive? He remained silent for a moment, then asked directly, "What kind of breakthrough are you seeking?" Nephi's met his gaze and answered calmly, "Knowledge of passion. I've been studying passion as of late and have already made great strides in mastering it." Now it was Sonny's time to wobble. It took all his self-control not to fall out of his chair. He remained still through sheer will, not allowing even a hint of his emotions to show in his body language. Passion. How is she studying passion? What great strides? What exactly is she mastering and with whom? Outwardly, Sonny remained calm, but internally he was fuming. After a long silence, he asked evenly, "What does passion have to do with anything?" Nephi's looked at him with a hint of confusion. "It has to do with my source element, of course. What else?" Sonny let out a mental sigh of relief. "It's all right, it's all fine. She's not practicing passion with anyone." Luckily, the conversation could be safely guided elsewhere. Or so he thought. Because right at that moment, Effie suddenly said, "Oh, right. I am sure that it's not the case, but if Master Sunless is having trouble making you achieve a breakthrough, tell him to come see my husband. Let the man learn from the master. That guy is a real veteran." Something fell on the floor noisily. Kai silently covered his face with a palm. Jet's smile widened a little. Cassie turned her head, pretending to look away. Sonny was appalled. "Who says I need to learn anything, you vile woman? I am myself a weight. Why am I even thinking about her nonsense? Damnation." Nephi's looked at Effie in confusion. "Isn't your husband an awakened? Plus, Master Sunless is a real veteran too, and what does he have to do with my aspect legacy?" Sonny felt vindicated. "Thank you, no stop, what?" Effie stared at Nephi's with a strange mix of mischievousness and exasperation. After a few moments of silence, she said in a low tone, "Princess, you mean that he served in Antarctica too, right?" Neff's confused frown deepened. "Of course. What else could I mean?" Effie sighed and waved a hand in the air, giving up. "Forget it. Gods, why do I even bother?" Chapter 1746. Just war. After Sonny was introduced to the general shape of the plot, more technical details had to be discussed. The war was approaching swiftly, and at least 3 of the 6 conspirators would have to participate in the bloodshed directly. The other 3 could be drawn into the deadly game between the 2 sovereigns as well. Both the government and the House of Night were desperately trying to maintain neutrality, but it was unknown if the great clans would cross the line in exerting pressure, thus making at least one of the neutral sides an accomplice in the domain war. Jet seemed a little troubled. "Our position was more or less stable before. But now, with that damned assassination attempt, I don't know. The situation is unclear." He glanced at Cassie and raised an eyebrow. The blind seer seemed distracted for a moment, then said quietly, "The news is spreading like wildfire both in the waking world and in the dream realm. By now it's all people are talking about. Everyone is outraged, of course, even the legacy clans are incensed. The situation is much more fiery in the sword domain, incendiary, even, but the song domain is reacting badly too. Neff's influence transcends borders." Jet frowned. "That was fast. Too fast, even." Cassie nodded. "Someone has been prepared. They are adding oil to the fire." As everyone fell silent, Nephi said in an even tone, "I wonder who is responsible this time." Jet looked at her, lingered for a few moments, and smiled crookedly. "It wasn't your own performance." Nephi's frowned slightly, not exactly offended by her words, but seemingly displeased. Her answer was short, "No." Sonny listened with interest. Actually, he had considered that the whole thing was staged by Cassie as well. That would be in line with both her goal and her cunning. However, a few things didn't add up. Nephi's leaned back and sighed. "My first thought was that it had been planned by Morgan, but it's not really her style. If Morgan was behind the assassination, there would have been countless victims among the government soldiers. She is always thorough after all. Jet crossed her arms, considering. Eventually, she simply shook her head and said with a hint of frustration in her voice, "Then who the hell did it?" "It couldn't have really been Song, could it?" Kai seemed troubled as well. He remained silent for a while before saying cautiously, "Actually, it could have been. Princess Morgan was right when she said that there aren't a lot of archers in the world who can pull off something like that. The two prime suspects, coincidentally, are from the Song domain. One is Silent Stalker, the other is Dar of the Maharana clan." Sunny smiled darkly behind the mask. That guy. He had considered Dar of the Maharana clan as well. The man had an eerie ability to hit targets from a great distance, and was fond of using oversized arrows to boot. Sunny had brushed sides with him during the Dreamscape tournament, almost catching a few of those arrows himself. Later, they crossed swords in the elimination rounds, where the legacy scion was cut down by Mongrel. He had not left a good impression. Maharana was one of the vassal clans of Song, too. Effie scratched the back of her head. Dar of the Maharana clan. Last I heard of him, he was a master. Where is he now? Cassie answered a moment later, effortlessly pulling the information out of her head. He is presumably still a master, although no one has seen or heard of him in the last 6 months. He could have challenged the third nightmare and transcended in secret, or died trying. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then spoke in his usual aloof tone. "I can tell you who is behind the assassination attempt." He had not been certain before, but now the pieces fit together too perfectly. The rest of them looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Sunny leaned forward a little. "Your instinct was correct, Lady Nephi's. It was indeed Morgan, well, or at least Clan Valor. Of course, they never really intended to kill you." Nephi's nodded. "That much is clear. No one who would want to kill me is stupid enough to try so half-heartedly. But why are you pointing at Clan Valor?" He grimaced behind the mask. "Assailant had to know your schedule. They also had to know that the Nightmare Gate would lure you into the open. Of course, the sniper could have tried to hit you on a crowded street, or even through several walls, but that park was too convenient of a location for that kind of attack to be a coincidence. I am pretty sure that Morgan knew about the gate in advance and chose the location of our meeting accordingly. I assumed that she wanted to gauge my power, but she simply wanted to deliver you to the impact zone." Sunny paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, actually, it is more likely that she wanted both. The Princess of War is very efficient. After all, her actions rarely pursue only one goal." Effie frowned. "Why do it, though?" He stared at her silently for a moment. "As I've said, Morgan's actions tend to accomplish several goals at the same time. So, why stage an attempted assassination on her little sister? The first reason is quite obvious, since you and your fellow government representatives are suffering the outcome right now. It is to discredit the government and gain leverage against it. Soul Reaper mentioned that your position has been destabilized. By playing the indignation card and acting offended on behalf of their adopted daughter, the Elders of Valor are now in a position to put pressure on you to join their side." Jet chuckled. "Just that much leverage won't be enough." "Well, most likely." Sunny nodded. "Yes, but that is only because discrediting the government is merely a secondary goal of the entire affair." Kai frowned, then asked him somberly, "What is the primary goal, then?" Sunny sighed behind the mask. "You know, there are a lot of nasty rumors flying around the Song domain about Clan Valor. How people from the Sword domain are monopolizing resource shipments from the waking world to make their lives more miserable. How most of the Elders of Valor, including the King of Swords himself, have been taken by the Skinwalker. How people there are suffering under the tyranny of corrupt legacies and cry out to the heavens for help." He leaned back and shrugged. "Of course, plenty of such rumors are spreading about Clan Song in the Sword domain as well. The Queen of Worms is a rotten fiend. She kills innocent people to enslave them into her undead army. The Song sisters feed on human blood, stuff like that." All these rumors are false, naturally. Well, except that last one. That one might actually be true. In any case, they are carefully prepared and spread by both sides for a single purpose. An expression of disgust appeared on Kai's face. He remained silent for a few moments, then uttered through gritted teeth, "Justification." Sunny nodded. "Indeed. The great clans need to warm up the populace to the idea of war. Not only the masses, but also the awakened warriors who will be fighting on the front lines. I am sure there is a version of it for the vassal clans as well, not that those have a lot of choice when it comes to obeying the sovereigns. So, for those of you who are fond of history, you must know what casus belli is." The faces of several people in the room darkened. Effie coughed. "Casus belli, sure. We all know it, of course. But to those of us who don't, can you explain, please?" Sunny was tempted to tell her to ask her husband for an explanation, but held himself back. Instead, he said in an emotionless tone, "Sure. There is not much to explain. Casus belli is just a fancy term for justification, an official reason given when starting a war. An assassination of a royal is more than enough reason to drown the world in blood. In fact, this exact scenario was used before to do just that." He chuckled coldly. "Honestly, I would have expected Valor to actually kill one of their saints in order to have a more solid claim. But either someone among them is growing soft, or they can't allow themselves to lose even a single transcendent before the war. In any case, someone attempts to kill Changing Star, humanity's favorite saint, and both of the main suspects just happen to be from the Song domain. One of them is even conveniently unavailable for questioning. This is more than enough ground to spin a pretty tale." Sunny sighed. As for the fact that none of the government soldiers had died, which is unlike how ruthless Morgan usually acts, that is the result of a shrewd calculation as well. If the purpose of the assassination attempt is to make Clan Valor look like the wronged party, then wouldn't it be counterproductive to make the government suffer more losses than Clan Valor did? Who would look like the true victim then? So, it was all part of the plan. His cold voice echoes in the room, sounding more than a little bit sinister. As everyone was digesting his words silently, Sunny laughed. "Well, at least that is how I would have done it, with more flair, of course." Nephise looked at him somberly, not saying anything. Eventually, though, she spoke in an even tone. "So, they had someone pretend to try and kill me while using the method that would point at someone serving Kai Song. This gives them the ammunition they need to both declare war and maintain the illusion of righteousness, eventually. And as an added bonus, they even get a chance to pressure the government into making concessions, or even joining their side entirely." He nodded. "More or less." Nephise sighed and looked away. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly, "Well, good. It plays into our hand, actually. If I become the catalyst for the start of the war, it would only be logical for me to be the one to end it." At that moment Cassie spoke, her voice a little grim. "If they are already moving so openly, then it seems that we have even less time than we thought. I'm afraid that some of our plans will have to be accelerated or even abandoned entirely." Sunny scowled behind the mask. "Yeah, like me forging a sword for Nephise. I doubt I can make it in time, can I?" Nephise gritted her teeth. "It has been a long time coming. All we can do is prepare ourselves the best we can. When Song and Valor go to war, the only side that shall win is us." She looked at the people gathered in the room, her gaze settling on Sunny. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Or we'll die. Lord Shadow, that favor I owe you, you'd better call it in soon. You might not get the chance later." He crossed his arms and stared back at her. "Who gave you permission to die?" Sunny smiled slightly behind the mask, then said in a cold tone, "You are too weak right now. Become stronger first." Nephise remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. "All right. If you insist that I become stronger, it seems that I have no other choice. I will." Soon after that, the secret meeting ended. The members of the cohort left, some openly, some in secret. Sunny himself simply crossed the border between the realms, returning to the nameless temple. There was a lot for him to do. Outside the manor of the immortal Flame clan, the engines of war were churning and the world was moving on. Chapter 1747. The infamous Lord Mongrel in the days following Sunny's appointment as the memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers. The brilliant emporium had undergone a transformation. Once established as a cover for his ability to weave sorcery, the Memory Boutique was suddenly thriving due to the high number of acquisition deals flowing through it, almost as if he was a real merchant. The Fire Keepers were quite generous. Nephis did not enjoy the favor of the Valor Elders, so her private troops rarely received resources that a princess's personal guard deserved. They existed on a pitiful stipend that wouldn't cover the needs of 50 awakened, let alone 100 masters. Nevertheless, they were quite rich. Their riches did not come from the great clan, but from their own exploits instead. Every time Valor sent Nephis and her Fire Keepers to deal with a terrible calamity of some sort which happened on a regular basis, countless abominations would fall to their swords. That meant that there would be many memories and echoes brought back from each expedition, as well as valuable materials harvested from the nightmare creatures. The Fire Keepers kept the best for themselves and sold the rest. That way, they were quite self-sufficient, and their coffers never ran empty. Cassie managed the assets of the Fire Keepers, investing in various enterprises throughout the Sword domain. In fact, many establishments in Bastion and other young cities had been funded by her on behalf of Nephis, not only bringing in stable income, but also adding to Changing Star's reputation. There was a sizable charity fund established by the Fire Keepers, as well, helping people in need. In short, Nephis was quite affluent despite being shunned by the elders of Clan Valor. And now, Sunny was benefiting from her wealth, as well. There were a lot of mocking rumors about him in Bastion these days, calling him names and detailing what it was exactly that he was doing for Nephis in exchange for her money and gifts. But Sunny didn't mind, in fact. He was of the firm belief that everyone talking nonsense about him were simply jealous. Who wouldn't want to receive expensive gifts and attention from a stunningly beautiful young lady? What was there to feel shame about? If they did not know how to put themselves in such an envious position, it was their problem. Plus, of all the things Sunny had learned over the years, shame wasn't one of them. He had none to begin with. In any case, the brilliant emporium was now handling the flow of memories in and from the Ivory Island, collecting a commission from each deal. Granted, the Fire Keepers weren't selling much these days. They were, however, on a spending spree. The war was just beyond the horizon, and everyone who knew anything about it was in a hurry to arm themselves as well as possible. Echo was so giddy that Sunny was seriously concerned that the petite girl would explode from the excitement. Her greed and love for money put even his own prodigious avarice to shame. The deal with the Fire Keepers was not the only reason why the brilliant emporium was doing better than usual, though. The restaurant side of the business was booming, as well. And the reason for that was not just Sunny's face. Well, it was, in a manner of speaking. The real reason was that damned duel with Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. Sunny had expected that playing the role of Changing Star's lover would attract a lot of attention. Of course, what he had not expected was how much the citizens of Bastion loved to gossip, and how much free time they had on their hands. These people. There were no empty seats in the dining hall, and apart from a couple of regulars, the rest of the crowd was here for only one reason: to catch a glimpse of the despicable mongrel who had cunningly bewitched Changing Star. The thrill-seekers had even scared away his regular customers. Fewer and fewer of them were showing up in the brilliant emporium each day, to Sunny's chagrin. He could hear the hum of their whispers from the kitchen. "I saw him. Good gods! I was on the fence before, but now I really understand Lady Nephi's. No way, that bastard is deceiving her. He must be a Song spy. What spy? Why would people from the Song domain send spies here? What, you haven't heard? Their creepy queen is just straight evil. She even sent assassins to kill Lady Nephi's. She wouldn't dare. It's true. Everyone is talking about it. That's why I think that this mongrel is a spy. Quiet, you idiot. What if the mongrel hears you? Don't you know how many people he massacred in the castle? Still, he doesn't look like a spy. He's too dreamy to be a spy. Stuck in the kitchen, Sonny gritted his teeth and concentrated on cooking. That's Lord Mongrel to you fools. He was tempted to spit into the pan, of course. He didn't. Fools or not, he had a reputation to uphold. Sonny did not care if his name was being dragged through the mud, but no one was allowed to besmirch his cooking. In the end, he was almost relieved when it was time to close the shop. Sonny chased away the last customers, locked the door, and collapsed onto the shadow chair in utter exhaustion. What a contradictory feeling. On one hand, he was tired of hearing idiots talk trash about him. On the other hand, the idiots paid a good amount of coins to spend time in the brilliant emporium. So, it was a good thing overall. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and descended into the memory boutique. There, Aiko was busy checking the descriptions of the memories she had recently purchased. She was in charge of the whole operation, not only because she had better business sense than him, but also because Sonny was unable to receive and transfer memories, like all carriers of the nightmare spell could. The memories he crafted had to be designed with the customer in mind. Sonny had stolen a trait from the shard memories of the Forgotten Shore, which had the ability to bind themselves to those who touched them. After modifying it a little, he was able to devise a way to bestow the memories on the clients without transferring them directly from his own soul, which meant that for the deals concerning purchased memories, he needed an awakened courier. Aiko played the role splendidly, delivering the memories to the fire keepers in person. "How is it going?" The petite girl looked up from the documents and grinned. "All accounted for, boss. We even managed to find a weapon with the weird combination of enchantments that Master Shim requested. Damn, it's still strange to call that guy a master. I remember how he used to nag the older hunters for losing all their shards gambling with me back in the Bright Castle." Sonny smiled. "Good then. Make a trip to the castle tomorrow. Come back early, though. I won't survive in the kitchen alone." Aiko shuddered at the word early, then sighed and gathered the documents. "See you tomorrow, boss." Soon she was gone. Sonny had followed her onto the porch and remained there for a while, watching the sun set and the full moon rise. Tonight was the night he had to meet Cassie again. Chapter 1748. Precious moments. Cassie was waiting for him near the same toppled tower as the last time. She was just as ethereally beautiful as the last time, too, bathed in moonlight and standing on the edge of tranquil water. However, the atmosphere of their meeting was different today. It was more familiar somehow. Perhaps even friendly. When Sonny emerged from the lake, Cassie smiled faintly. "Sonny." He brushed his wet hair back and smiled as well. "Lady Cassia," she shook her head lightly. "It feels unfair that you are still maintaining decorum after insisting that I should be more informal. Call me Cassie, please." He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "All right, Cassie, shall we go? I am hoping to explore as much of the mirror labyrinth as possible tonight." She nodded and offered him her small hand. Sonny took it and pulled them both into the shadows, teleporting straight to the underground chamber they had discovered before. This time, there was no need for her to guide him deep into the ruins of the castle, erasing the memories of the nights patrolling it. The chamber had not changed at all, which was a relief. Sonny vividly remembered the warning Cassie had given him about the others, so he was wary of the beings that lived inside the mirrors in the former stronghold of the demon of imagination. Summoning the shadow lantern, he drowned the maze in shadows without wasting any time. Soon after, Sunny and Cassie continued to explore the labyrinth. This place is vast. They had wandered it for hours the last time, and were not making any noticeable progress tonight. Slowly, Sunny was starting to grow wary. He remembered the nightmare desert and the black pyramid standing at its center. No matter how long one walked across the white dunes, the pyramid never drew closer. Was there some sort of trickery preventing him from reaching the heart of the labyrinth as well? They walked in silence for a while but quickly grew bored of it. Eventually, Cassie spoke. "I must admit, Master Sunless Sunny, you are a fascinating man." He raised an eyebrow. "I am," the blind seer chuckled melodiously. "Indeed. I suspected that you were, of course, when we first met. But knowing it and witnessing it in person are two different things. That stunt you pulled with poor Master Tristan. I pride myself on being able to predict things, you know. However, that caught me by surprise. What were you thinking?" Sunny coughed quietly. What was he thinking, indeed? He kept quiet for a few moments, then said nonchalantly, "Well, thinking too much is bad for one's health. Back then I was thinking, gods, I want to punch this buffoon so much. And so I did. It's all about the little joys in life." She drew a sharp breath. "I guess," Sunny grinned. "Anyway, it ended up working in our favor, didn't it? We wanted everyone to get the wrong impression about the nature of the relationship between me and Nephi's. Well, mission accomplished," Cassie exhaled slowly. "A little bit too well, even." He glanced at her. "Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well." The blind seer did not find what to answer. She remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "True. Then there is your true body, the Lord of Shadows." Meeting him in person was quite an experience. The contrast between him and Master Sunless is quite striking, to say the least. "I applaud your acting skills." Sunny looked at her curiously, hesitated for a bit, and then smiled. "Why, thank you, but actually you are wrong." Cassie raised an eyebrow elegantly. "I am," he nodded. "This is my true body. The Lord of Shadows is a shadow, he's a performance." She tilted her head a little, baffled. "Wait, you mean to say that this, the shopkeeper, is your true personality, and the aloof saint of Godgrave is merely an act?" Sunny smiled, then sighed, and eventually looked away. "Yes, but also no. I guess each of my incarnations is me, it's just that they have different purposes. The purpose of the Lord of Shadows is to be a warrior, so the parts of my personality that have to do with conflict take the lead. The purpose of the humble shopkeeper is to live peacefully and enjoy life, so he's a bit of a homebody." He paused and then added with a shrug, "It's not that strange. We all wear different masks when dealing with different people. A person will behave one way when they are with their family, act differently when they are with their colleagues, and put on a new mask when they meet their friends. I am much the same, it's just that I have many bodies, so I can wear all the masks at the same time." Cassie looked at him thoughtfully. "Isn't it easy to lose sight of your true self that way?" Sunny smiled. "You might not know, but I am the world's topmost expert on not losing my true self. Shadows are formless and shapeless by nature, so I have to be careful not to forget the shape of my soul." She lingered for a while, then let out a wistful sigh. "I'll have to ask you for advice one day then. I also struggle with maintaining my sense of self. Living through other people's senses and experiencing their innermost memories can be disorienting sometimes." Cassie smiled, then asked in a gentle voice, "But speaking of the Lord of Shadows, can I ask you something?" Sunny glanced at her briefly. "You can." She nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Before, you asked me to keep the true identity of Master Sunless to myself, saying that Nephi's would not trust either if the connection between him and the Lord of Shadows was revealed. But now, you are not a stranger to her anymore. She has accepted Lord Shadow into her inner circle and entrusted him with her life. Likewise, Neph is sympathetic toward Master Sunless. Why maintain the charade?" Sunny did not answer immediately, contemplating her question. Why did he want to keep that secret? He hesitated for a while, then sighed. "Because it's fun." It was a callous answer, but a truthful one. Well, of course it was, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to give it. There was no strategic reason to keep Nephi's in the dark anymore. And yet, Sonny was enjoying himself too much to let it go already. Nephi's did somewhat trust the Lord of Shadows now, but she was also wary of him because anyone who possessed such power would make people wary. The humble shopkeeper, however, wasn't powerful at all, so she could allow herself to be at ease around him. And to Sonny, such moments were precious. They were much closer to the relationship they had before becoming saints than the courteous distance between her and the Lord of Shadows. He didn't want to lose these moments yet. Cassie let out a small laugh. Fun. Well, I have to admit it is indeed a lot of fun. However, she lingered for a moment and asked quietly, don't you think that it is unfair to her to keep such a secret? Sonny kept quiet, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. Eventually, he let out a sigh and lowered his head. You are right. It is indeed unfair, but don't worry, I'll tell her soon. He looked ahead and added with a hint of regret in his voice, I'll tell her before the war starts. Until then, well, Master Sunless should probably make an effort to enjoy his last days of peace as much as possible. The two of them continued to explore the labyrinth, sometimes keeping silent, sometimes chatting about this and that. Sadly, Sonny failed to solve the maze this time as well. Not long before the dawn came, he found himself back in the underground chamber, face to face with Cassie. It was time to show her another memory. Chapter 1749, Leave It All Behind. The battle had just ended, and the winter beast was gone. The dark ecstasy of having killed the butcher of Falcon Scott had washed over Sonny's heart and receded like a tide, leaving it cold and hollow, dark and utterly devoid of light. There was nothing binding him to the world anymore. He was banished from the nightmare spell, fate, and existence itself. In the whole world, two worlds actually, not a single soul cared whether he lived or died. No one even remembered that he existed. Facing the cruel truth of that loss was too painful, and so Sonny longed to leave it behind. He opened his eyes in a familiar hall. Warm sunlight was pouring through the stained glass windows, painting the ivory walls with vibrant colors. Heavy chains lay on the floor, arranged into a flawless circle. The sky was vast and blue outside. The ivory island floated on the sea of clouds, enveloped by a peaceful silence. Sonny had not wanted to come here. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to avoid this place at all costs. However, this was where his soul was anchored to the dream realm, and so, this was where he had arrived after giving up on the waking world. Standing in the center of the chain circle, Sonny shifted slightly and dissolved into the shadows. The ivory tower was mostly empty right now. Most of the firekeepers were still lost in the depths of their nightmares, while Nephi's and the rest of the cohort were too busy to visit it often. Still, he didn't want to be seen by anyone. They could not remember him even if he told them who he was, so there was no point. Sonny glided across the floor as a shadow, hiding in the darkness near the gate. Then, he extended his shadow sense outward and froze. On the emerald grass outside the great pagoda, two people were walking toward its gate. The sunlight suddenly seemed brighter. He kept himself hidden when they entered the sunlit hall. Nephi's was frowning while Cassie followed her with a strangely lost expression on her delicate face. Sonny remained motionless as he unwillingly eavesdropped on their conversation. "Are you sure?" Cassie nodded slowly. "Yes. I think I am. The future has grown too elusive to decipher." Nephi's halted and remained silent for a few moments. "Can it be connected to your transcendence, or witnessing that thing in Verge?" The blind girl hesitated briefly. "That was what I thought as well. However, I've reached out to several seers in confidence. They all seem to be having trouble glimpsing anything from the future as well all over the world." Neph's scowl deepened. "What can be the reason? An aftershock of the dream gates being open, the chain of nightmares itself?" She shook her head and continued walking. "We will have to investigate it later. Right now, there is too much to do. It is pure pandemonium out there with so many people suddenly arriving in the dream realm. The refugee camp outside Bastion is lacking provisions and manpower, with too few awakened to guard them against the nightmare creatures. At least there is no lack of water, but all of it was too sudden. The situation can swiftly descend into a disaster. Cassie sighed. I heard that they are going to build a city on the lake shore, and with the sleepers of Antarctica having awakened, there are much more capable warriors now than before, Nephi's nodded. Still, I am going there to help. The blind girl remained silent for a moment. I see. I'll go with you then. Sonny hid in the shadows, listening to the news about the tribulations of humanity without interest. What did it have to do with him? Nothing at all, not anymore. Nephi shook her head. Someone has to stay here to welcome our people once they return from the nightmares. Plus, you have another important task to accomplish. Cassie raised an eyebrow. You really want to do it? Nephi gave her another nod. It is time to abandon the Chained Isles. We are too far away from everything important here. I want you to fly the Ivory Island south toward Bastion. With that, she turned around and walked into the circle of chains. Standing there, Nephi frowned and briefly touched her face. She remained motionless for a while, then said somberly, "Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something?" Cassie did not answer, simply standing there with a confused expression. Eventually, Nephi grimaced. "That other issue, have you been able to discover anything?" Cassie slowly shook her head. "No, I talked with Effie and Kai again, Jet too, but it's hard to dispel the fog that's clouding some of our memories. I think it must have been Torment who had done something to us. But what? And why? And when?" "There is no answer yet," Nephi sighed. "Keep digging. I'll do some research too." Soon she was gone, returning to the waking world. Cassie did not move for a while, standing there with her head lowered. Eventually she whispered quietly, "What has she done to me?" With that, she turned around and descended into the basement of the ivory tower, where the runic controls of the island were located. Sonny was left alone. He exhaled slowly and emerged from the shadows, looking in the direction where Cassie had gone. Torment? Did she really believe that her defiled twin had been capable of doing something like that? The timeline didn't make sense, and Cassie knew it. Well, it was a reasonable theory to make. Torment's power, Cassie's power, had to do with manipulating memories after all. For a moment, a desperate hope ignited in his heart. What if Cassie could restore the memories of him with her transcendent ability? What if he could make them remember? But no, he knew that it was impossible. If it was, she would have already done so, restoring her own lost memories first. "I'm sick of it." He gritted his teeth and walked out of the ivory tower. By now, the crushing was of no threat to him. Sonny wasn't sure if he could endure its terrible pressure, but he also did not need to. The range of his shadow sense had grown enough to reach the distant islands, so he could simply step through the shadows to leave the ivory island behind. He contemplated for a few moments, considering if he should. What was he going to do anyway? Live like a hermit in some god-forsaken corner of the dream realm? Leave to travel the unexplored regions of this dreadful world, away from where any human could see him? Jump into the sky below and try to reach its bottom out of curiosity? Each alternative was as good as the next one. Well, jumping into the sky below was probably a bit worse than the rest. Sonny remained still for a while, thinking. In the end, he did not use Shadow Step to reach the flying island far below. Instead, he circled the great pagoda and headed toward the graceful gazebo, where the portal to the ebony tower stood. If he remembered correctly, there was a chamber in Nether's scorched tower where the walls were engraved with countless runes. Sonny had not been able to understand those runes before, or at least retain the understanding of the ancient demon's words. After his visit to the estuary, however, who knew what he would be able to learn? Chapter 1750. Nothing but time. The ebony tower was just like the last time Sonny had seen it, floating ominously in a boundless black void, with a sea of fire burning above it relentlessly. The fire keepers had established an outpost here, But after the chain breaker gained the ability to brave the crushing, they only maintained a token presence in the sky below. Now that Nef's followers had left to challenge the nightmares, there was not a soul around. He stepped out of the black arch on the highest level of the obsidian pagoda and remained there for a while, staring into the distance. Somewhere far away, in a different world, one of his shadows was following Rain. Sunny had to think of a way to approach her openly, but his current mental state was too volatile to try. "I'll think of something later." Nothing moved in the sky below. Nothing disturbed the cold silence. Rid of the suffocating pressure of human company, he felt comfortable for the first time in a while, or at least numb. There was consolation in solitude. Sunny exhaled slowly, then allowed the onyx mantle to retreat back under his skin. With his military bodysuit in tatters, he was left practically naked after hesitating for a bit. Sunny allowed the wild shadows to envelop his lithe body and manifested them into a semblance of soft fabric. Summoning the endless spring, he satiated his thirst and left the 6th level of the Ebony Tower. The 5th level consisted of one large chamber. It was shrouded in darkness, with countless runes covering the obsidian walls. These runes were the reason why Sunny had chosen to come to this place. He stared at them emotionlessly. I knew it. Before, Sunny had been unable to read the forbidden runes. In fact, simply beholding them had almost killed him, but things were different now. Not only had he grown vastly more powerful since his day as an awakened, but he had also received the revelations of madness from the sin of solace. Thanks to that, he glimpsed the secrets that Ariel had left behind, and was seemingly inoculated against the power of the forbidden runes by the knowledge of the forgotten god. And so Sunny did not feel repelled by the runes carved into the walls of the Ebony Tower anymore. All he felt was a slight sense of discomfort. Of course, he still had to be careful when studying them. The knowledge of the void that a demon was capable of enduring could very well plant seeds of corruption into his transcendent soul, and there was no telling if any of it was mixed between the passages concerning the forgotten god. There was also a bit of a problem. Nether had not used the runic alphabet Sunny was most familiar with while leaving the notes on the wall, and since the spell never translated the forbidden runes, he could not do it himself from memory. After years of wandering the dream realm and exploring ancient ruins, he could somewhat decipher the meaning, but a proper translation would take a lot of time, which was fine. Sunny had nothing but time these days. He did not get to work immediately, though. What was the rush? Instead, Sunny left the 5th level behind and descended lower. He passed the solemn shrine on the 4th floor, the workshops on the 3rd floor, the divine flame reservoir on the 2nd floor where Weaver's arm had once been left to burn, devoured by the harrowing rot, and finally reached the 1st level of the Ebony Tower. That was where the Fire Keepers had established their living quarters. The central chamber had been shrouded in darkness once, but now it was brightly lit by a multitude of enchanted lanterns. Sunny counted them calmly and smiled. Each of the lanterns was a memory belonging to one of the Fire Keepers. They had been left behind here for a reason. For as long as the master of the lantern was alive, their lantern would continue to glow. If they perished, the lantern would dissipate into a rain of sparks, destroyed with the rest of their memories. There was a similar chamber in the ivory tower which could tell if any of them had died. From the look of it, the Fire Keepers were doing well in the second nightmares. The number of lanterns had not dwindled at all, at least not yet. Looking away, Sunny walked over to one of the cots and fell on it heavily. As soon as his head hit the pillow, his eyes closed on their own. He was tired. It was time to sleep. Tomorrow, his new life as an aimless wanderer would begin. Sunny woke up feeling refreshed. It was still strange to him to sleep while one of his incarnations stayed awake. In such moments, his consciousness seemed to split, one part of it functioning normally, the other drifting in the comforting embrace of slumber. He even dreamed sometimes while simultaneously observing his dreams from the side. In any case, his mental fatigue lessened no matter which incarnation slept, as long as one of them did. Rising from the cot, Sonny looked around groggily. There was nothing pressing he had to do, so he was not in a hurry. He summoned the covetous coffer, took out some supplies, and seasoned some monster meat. While it was roasting, Sonny brewed himself a pot of coffee. Then he took the pot and the plate of meat outside and ate breakfast while dangling his feet above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The sea of divine flames above made for a spectacular sky. He enjoyed the views for a while, sipping coffee and not thinking about anything in particular. Eventually, though, Sonny grew bored and finally returned to the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. He looked at the runes for a while, eventually stopping near a familiar section of Nether's writings. Out there on the obsidian wall, a strange map had been carved into the stone. The ivory tower, the tomb of Ariel, Ravenheart Bastion, the great vessel that served as the citadel for the House of Night, the underworld and Weaver's mask placed above the other 6 landmarks, with a question mark next to it. The other 6 strongholds were only marked by a single rune each: desire, oblivion, dread, imagination, repose, destiny, and fate. Sonny studied the map with amusement. It had seemed a bit strange before, after all, there were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between the strongholds. They all seemed strangely disconnected, as if there was no map at all. Now, of course, Sonny knew the demons had built their citadels in different realms, and so it could as well have been a realm map. It was only after the dream realm had assimilated all mortal realms, and 5 of the 6 divine realms, that the demonic strongholds ended up connected by land. Finally, his gaze settled on the carving of Weaver's mask. Nether had not known where his eldest sibling dwelled, or if there was such a place at all. Perhaps Weaver had been a homeless wanderer, just like Sonny. Smiling darkly, Sonny looked away from the map and turned his attention to the runes. Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1751. Why did the flame wane? The work progressed slowly. There was no day or night in the sky below, and Sonny did not particularly care for tracking time anymore. He only knew how much of it had passed because of the happy shadow, which continued to act as Rain's guardian somewhere far away. The task of learning how to read the forbidden runes was engrossing. Sonny was not trying to decipher the ancient script blindly. He was familiar with many variations of the runic language that had been used in the dream realm, or rather, in the multitude of realms that would one day become its various regions. The languages the people of the bygone eras had spoken were different, and so were the writing systems they had used. However, they all shared a common root: Hope, who had invented the concept of writing and the original runic script. Being familiar with that script and many of its descendants, Sonny could somewhat infer the meaning of derivative runic languages and learn how to read them. That task was not an easy one, even for a saint, but after spending a few weeks in the Ebony Tower, doing nothing but studying Nether's writings, he was making quick progress. Sonny studied the runes, took walks along the edge of the scorched island, slept, and lay idly on his cot, staring at the ceiling. His life was tranquil, easy, and entertaining, truly free of all burdens. Sometimes he felt the desire to claw at the walls of the obsidian tower. In those moments he visited the lightless shrine and stared at the statue of the goddess of black skies. The face of the statue was obscured by a veil, but the sculpture was so exquisitely carved that the veil seemed to be made from fine silk, not cold stone. He could see a vague silhouette of a divinely beautiful face, outlined by its delicate folds and creases. Sonny couldn't help but feel that it shared a close resemblance to the faces of the broken porcelain dolls that piled into a mountain on the lowest level of the tower, as well as Saint's inhumanly beautiful visage. Had Nether been obsessed with Storm God, or simply too lazy to sculpt a multitude of faces when there already was a perfectly fine one for him to copy. He had been a very practical man, after all, as well as the most impractical of them. Why else would he rise in rebellion against the gods? As Sunny made advancements in his understanding of the forbidden runes, he was able to make a rough estimate of when exactly the demon of destiny had resided in the Ebony Tower. It had been in the latter half of the Golden Age, during Hope's imprisonment. Nether seemed to have already fallen out with Storm God, but was not contemplating going to war against the heavens yet. Instead, he had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to his misguided passion trying to create living beings, which was an authority exclusive to the gods. Much like Sunny had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to studying these forbidden runes. The Ebony Tower seemed to attract disheartened men. Most of the runes carved into its walls were esoteric, to say the least. Sunny slowly learned how to understand their meaning, but that did not mean that he understood what they meant. It would be the same if someone had given him a highly advanced scientific paper on quantum physics to read, knowing human language would not help him comprehend the contents. The fact that Nether's writing had never been meant to be read by anyone except the demon of destiny himself did not help either. He had left these notes for himself, so they weren't very detailed. There were many passages like dissected, structure, pathways, flow, basic mechanics hide the deep complexity of process and function, material, or correlation or causation, potential hints at obsolescence, source unknown, observation flawed. Sunny could not really understand the meaning of these passages, but he did discern several underlying themes. Nether's goal was to create a living being, and as such, his research had been developing in two directions: the creation of a body and the creation of a soul. The former was purely time-consuming, but the latter seemed to vex the demon to no end. How did the gods will souls into existence? Why were the creatures created by the gods able to propagate, giving birth to new souls? What was the secret? There was no answer. The demon of fate had created weaving, while the demon of desire had created runic sorcery. The demon of destiny, however, had not authored an original school of sorcery of his own, taking elements from wherever he felt useful and bending them to serve his purpose. However, he had possessed the deepest understanding of soul power out of everyone Sunny had known, except for the gods themselves. Nether had been able to manipulate souls and soul essence to a frightening degree, accomplishing things that should not have been possible. And yet, he had not been able to create a living being out of nothing, no matter how ingenious his methods were and how great his determination was. That was one thing that the demon of destiny could not build. For a time, Sunny knew that the demon had eventually succeeded, creating Saint and her people. His perception was influenced by knowing the end result, but back then, Nether must have been daring to the point of insanity, to pursue something that had never been done before and was not supposed to be possible. What had motivated him to persist in his seemingly hopeless endeavor? Sunny did not know, and doubted that he would learn the answer in the Ebony Tower. The runes carved into its walls were Nether's research notes. Not a personal diary, there was no mention of the demon's feelings or emotions, as if he had not been capable of having them at all. That said, not everything written on the black walls was dry and void of feeling. After weeks of studying the runes, Sunny concentrated on 3 fragments, all unlike the rest of the passages he had translated. The first one seemed like a poem or a short story that Nether had written down for some unknown reason. It read, "Why does the flame wane? I asked the black skies, what is life?" The skies answered in a subtle voice, "A mother is watching her children die slowly of starvation. There is only enough food for one of them, but she is hungry too. That is life." The war is over, and those who discarded their weapons to surrender are made slaves. They are brought to an arena and told to kill each other. A young warrior looks at a sword, his hand trembling. That is life. A man loves his wife but feels lonely in her company. One day, walking the market, he sees a beautiful stranger smiling at him sweetly. He hesitates to return the smile. That is life as well, I pondered. So life is a choice, the skies laughed. Life is desire. It is a desire to be alive. The skies were illuminated by a myriad of stars, burning in the beautiful darkness. Like the flame of desire had burned in the hideous void, giving birth to the 7 gods. Why does the flame wane? Sunny thought about the strange story for a long time. Was it a fable Nether had written down on a whim, or the transcript of an actual conversation between him and Storm God? In any case, it had to have meaning. The demon of destiny was not someone who would have carved runes into stone without a reason. He had been trying to create life, so the story could have been a contemplation on the nature of life. However, to Sunny, it seemed like there were many layers to this passage. The goddess of black skies had described 3 situations. One was about hunger, one was about the desire to survive, and the last one was about lust. So had she been trying to say that life was hunger, fear, and lust? He did not think so. It seemed that the exact situation did not matter too much. What mattered was that the character of each anecdote was faced with a choice. Nether had been the demon of choice, so was that the true meaning of the story? Somehow, Sunny felt that it was not that important either. The truly important part was the first and the last lines of the story. Why did the flame wane? The waning flame was, presumably, desire, the primordial desire that had been born in the void, and gave birth to the gods in turn. Sunny remembered the murals describing the origin of the demons clearly, both those that he had seen in the drowned library of fallen grace, and those he had seen in the estuary. On one, a golden flame was burning in the darkness. On the next, 7 figures, the gods, were surrounding the greatly diminished flame. Sitting on the edge of the ebony island and looking at the sea of divine flames above, he blinked. No, wait, but really, why did the flame diminish? The divine flames that had created the sky below waned slowly over thousands of years, until only this much was left. One day they would be extinguished altogether. But why had the primordial desire waned after giving birth to the gods? Did it have something to do with the secret of life? Nether had built the ebony tower because he wanted to use divine flame to create living beings, but he eventually abandoned that path and returned to the underworld. Had he been trying to substitute the flame of desire with the flame of divinity? All of it seemed too interconnected somehow, and encapsulated in the strange story to be a mere coincidence. However, even if it was, Sunny could not for the life of him understand what it actually meant. He summoned Saint, shared his theory with her, and asked for her opinion. Saint, of course, remained silent, simply staring at him with indifference. Thought so. Sunny clicked his tongue, dismissed the shadow, and returned to the tower with a sullen expression on his pale face. Chapter 1752. Reading about nothing. The second passage he was keenly interested in was much less poetic, but tantalized Sunny much more. That was because it mentioned the other demons, most of all the nebulous demon of fate. The runes read, "Gods created all living creatures, but not all creatures they created carry a divine lineage. Only those born of the gods do, and those born of their descendants. Why have the gods forbidden us 7 to sire offspring? Why are we destined for loneliness? Is it because we are of the forgotten one who slumbers in the void? Where is the void and where is its gate? How did Weaver enter it and what did Weaver see? Why did Weaver decide to break the will of the gods and create a lineage? Blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind, and shadow. The gods shall discover the transgression, but they cannot. That is because, having created a lineage, Weaver does not possess a lineage. It has been lost and will be lost, therefore having never been in Weaver's possession. One cannot be punished for something that has never been. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. A piece is lost to sorrow, a piece is lost to rot. And finally, a piece is stolen by a thief. Weaver's defiance is elusive, just like Weaver is, but mine will be different. Sonny stared at the runes for a while, his eyes burning with wanderlust. Nether seemed to have been considering the difference between him, the youngest sibling, and Weaver, the oldest. Both had decided to defy the gods, but in a different way. Gods created all living creatures, but only those born of them carry a divine lineage. It seemed that Weaver had pursued the latter, while Nether had pursued the former, but more importantly, Weaver's lineage. Finally, he knew the remaining parts of the weave. He had already found blood weave, bone weave, and soul weave. Flesh, mind, spirit, and shadow weaves remained. Shadow weave. Would absorbing it make up for Shadow God's lineage that blood weave had so unceremoniously devoured? And if he managed to collect all 7, would the broken lineage of Weaver restore itself to an unblemished state, granting him its full power? Sonny finally understood why the weave had been shattered into many fragments to begin with. It was because Weaver had hidden its existence from the gods by scattering it across the tapestry of fate. Its fragments had always been fated to be lost, and so it was as if Weaver had never possessed them at all. The fragment destined to be lost to sorrow was soul weave, which Sonny had found near Oblivion's grave. The fragment destined to be lost to rot was bone weave, which he had found here in the ebony tower. The fragment destined to be stolen by a thief was blood weave, which the nightmare spell had granted him for slaying the spawn of the vile thieving bird. At the time when Nether had been carving these runes, Oblivion was still alive, while Weaver had not lost an arm. Therefore, the demon of fate had foreseen these events in advance, or maybe even reached into the tapestry of fate to attach the fragments of the weave to its strings. One had to be inventive to avoid the gaze of the gods, but where had the other 4 fragments ended up? Sonny looked back at the runes. A piece is lost to fantasy, a piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite, a piece is lost to darkness. He contemplated for a few minutes, then turned and gazed at the map where the strongholds of the demons were depicted. Fantasy, fear, rest, darkness. Imagination, dread, repose, destiny, were the remaining 4 fragments of the weave located somewhere in Bastion, Ravenheart, Stormsea, and the underworld. He was suddenly overcome by the desire to travel to Bastion and check himself. However, that desire quickly dimmed. Going back to Bastion, Ravenheart, and the great citadel of the House of Night that drifted on the waves of Stormsea meant diving back into the boiling cauldron of humanity. Sonny had just escaped it. Why would he go back? The underworld was a better choice, but also a suicidal one. Sonny was not ready to venture into the depths of the Hollow Mountains. His strength might have increased explosively after the transcendence, but true darkness was the natural enemy of shadows. Out there below the jagged peaks was the realm of darkness. Sonny would be nearly powerless there, blind, weakened, and without an ally. He could imagine himself braving a death zone, but not the underworld. Forget it, then. Deeply disappointed, Sonny turned away from the passage and tried to never look at it again. Maybe someday in the future. The third passage that interested him, coincidentally, had to do with the Hollow Mountains, but it was a strange one. The runes read, "What can contain the void?" Nothing can. Gods used nothing to envelop the void and place the cage of desire above it. In the places where the cage is thin, nothing slips through its seams. The underworld is one such place, shrouded in nothing. It is like mist. However, nobody can exist in the mist. Nothing can contain the void, and nobody exists within it. I am wary of nobody and fear nothing. Sonny was utterly bewildered by what he read and thought that he had messed up the translation at first. But after going over it one more time, he confirmed that the translation was correct. Was Nether having a stroke? He reread the runes several more times, his bewilderment growing. No, he was not someone who would write down nonsense. So the passage must have had meaning. But what was the meaning of nothing? Sonny pondered the question for a few days until a tenuous idea surfaced in his mind. What if nothing was literally something? Not the absence of everything, but the presence of nothing. Just thinking about that made his head hurt. But it seemed very much like something that the gods would be involved in. These beings operated with ideas and concepts, after all, having shaped the very universe into existence. So, if nothing could contain the void, the gods could have gone and literally used nothing to contain it, enveloping the void in a layer of nothingness, which the void beings could not cross, because nothing could stop them, and bringing down the cage of existence on top of that layer. That would be a godlike thing to do, wouldn't it? That nothingness seemed to seep into the universe, though, like mist. Weren't the hollow mountains always shrouded in a strange mist? Sonny opened his eyes wide, remembering how the cohort had escaped a flood of mist on the outskirts of the hollow mountains. Back then, they felt a terrible threat emanating from it, not knowing why. If that mist was literally nothingness, would they have been erased from existence if it swallowed them? Sonny also remembered the eerie creature that had come from the mist and demanded that he open his eyes on the ashen barrow. Nobody exists within it. Were there actual beings born from and dwelling in nothingness? He suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. The demon of destiny was wary of nothing and feared nobody. Wasn't Nether actually admitting that he felt wary of nothingness and feared the beings dwelling in the mist? God admit. As if the world wasn't scary enough already. Sonny already had his hands full dealing with the nightmare creatures. There were also the void creatures, which were infinitely more harrowing than the familiar abominations. Luckily, they were locked away by the gods. And now there were also nothing creatures. Nobodies. No, he simply refused to deal with that. Time to get some sleep. Sonny shook his head and left the 5th level of the Ebony Tower, returning to his living quarters. The translation was mostly complete. He had already determined which passages he could understand, which he couldn't fathom, and which spoke too much about the void, meaning that he had to avoid them at all costs. Staying in the sky below was slowly becoming meaningless. Perhaps it was time to start thinking about his next destination. I'll consider it tomorrow. Just before falling asleep, Sonny wondered where he would go, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. I don't exist in the memories of the world anymore, so am I a nothing creature too? A nobody. Chapter 1753, Runaway. In the morning, Sonny woke up and simply remained on the cot, staring at the ceiling. He felt strangely apathetic. Yesterday, he had considered whether it was worth it to continue studying Nether's writings. There wasn't much left for him to learn from the runes. As soon as that idea entered his mind, all the motivation and excitement he had been feeling about translating them disappeared. Without something to look forward to, he could not find a reason to get up. How long had he spent in the sky below anyway? A month? Closer to 2. In any case, he had beaten his previous record. Might as well get comfortable. Sonny closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He spent the next few days doing nothing. Sometimes Sonny would go outside and look at the sea of flames. Sometimes he would remain in the Ebony Tower, staring at the walls. Only his incarnation that guarded Rain remained active, which was the sole reason he was not dying of boredom. Eventually, however, he became fixated on a strange thought. Can I cross the hollow mountains? The question seemed rhetorical, but it was not. Sonny did not dare delve into the hollow interior of the great mountain chain, where elemental darkness dwelled. But what about braving the mist shrouding it to traverse the exterior? If the mist enveloping the jagged peaks was indeed pure nothingness, then anyone who entered it would become nothing. At least that was what one would think. They would think wrongly, though. Sonny had undeniable proof that it was possible to survive in the mist, at least for some time. It was the fact that Saint Cormac had spent months exploring the Hollow Mountains on behalf of Clan Valor before being killed by Saint Tyrus. What had been his goal? Searching for a way to cross to the other side. Looking for an entrance into the underworld, where Nether's stronghold was supposedly located, or something else entirely which Sonny could not even guess. In any case, if Cormac could do it, then Sonny could too. Should I try? He had no plans and no particular desires, except for the desire to be far away from everyone. Was there a more distant place than the unexplored vastness beyond the Hollow Mountains? There, Sonny would be truly and utterly alone, which was what he wanted. The romance of the unknown. His curiosity and wanderlust were calling him. On the other side of the impregnable mountain chain lay the forgotten shore. It was now a desolate land of perpetual darkness. Most of the creatures that had populated the coral labyrinth were gone, annihilated by the terror of the Crimson Spire. The dark sea was gone as well, sealed by his own hand. Maybe a few abominations still survived, somewhere in the darkness, but he still wanted to visit that place one more time. Sonny could retrace the steps of the journey he had made with Nephi's and Cassie. He could make sure that the soul devourer was dead, and if not, fulfill his promise to burn the damned thing to the ground. He could return to the dark city and sift through the scorched ruin of the bright castle, find the statue of the slayer that he had never seen, and sleep on his own bed in the ruined cathedral. And that was not all. Humans knew about the forgotten shore now. They also knew that the Nightmare Desert lay to the east, thanks to Nephi's making the journey. However, no one had even learned what lay to the west and north of that cursed place. Sonny could become the first human to ever set foot in those mysterious regions of the dream realm. Sure, no one would ever learn about his discoveries, but he would know. Doing it for himself was enough. A subtle sense of excitement slowly took hold of his heart. No, I must have lost my mind. The Hollow Mountains were vast, and they were called a death zone for a reason. Who would want to enter a death zone of their own free will? One would have to be completely insane to do something like that. He would never. Shaking his head, Sonny summoned the covetous coffer and went about cooking himself a dinner. The dimensional storage was still full of monster meat, but there were plenty of ingredients from the waking world as well. Feeling a bit down, Sonny decided to pamper himself a little. Pulling out a printed cooking book from the alloy chest, he turned the pages absent-mindedly. Eventually, his attention was drawn to two recipes. Sonny frowned. Waffles or pancakes? He wasn't very knowledgeable about these staple dishes, so deciding which to make was a big problem. In the end, he decided to make both. Sonny had abandoned the thought of crossing the Hollow Mountains, or rather, he had tried to. However, it was stuck in his mind like a catchy melody. The more time he spent idling in the Ebony Tower, the stronger the call of adventure became. He had come up with all kinds of reasons for why it was a terrible idea, and yet it only grew more alluring. Can I do it or not? He probably could. Sonny continued to hesitate, wasting time in indecision. In the end, the decision was more or less made for him. One day, he opened his eyes earlier than usual. His 5 shadows had all been resting on the floor, but now they seemed alert. His shadow sense had long ago enveloped the island, so he could instantly feel the most minute changes in his surroundings. Someone was moving on the highest floor of the Ebony Tower. The portal. Sonny rose from the cot noiselessly. He had been careful not to leave any traces of himself anywhere on the island, so all there was to do was place his pillow back in its original position. The shadows wrapped themselves around his body, and a moment later, he dissolved into the darkness. Soon enough, a delicate figure walked down the stairs, followed by a few more. It was Cassie and a few fire keepers, who seemed to have undergone the ascension already. "Gather everything. We will be leaving shortly," Sonny observed as the fire keepers went about dismantling their makeshift outpost. The cots were disassembled. The enchanted lanterns were gathered and prepared to be carried away. The modest kitchen was taken apart and stored in crates for transportation. What are they doing? Cassie looked a little bit disheveled, which was very unlike her usual tidy self. She observed the fire keepers silently, but at some point a slight scowl appeared on her face. The blind seer wandered the hall for a bit, seemingly without aim. Eventually she stopped near the cot Sonny had slept on and touched the pillow briefly. He was about to grow tense, but at that point one of the fire keepers called out to her, "Cassie, are we really not going to be able to return here?" Turning around, she lingered for a few moments, then answered with a sigh, "I don't know. The ivory tower is about to leave the chained isles. The connection between the two portals might depend on distance, or it might not. In any case, it is better not to take the risk." Hiding in the shadows, Sonny was momentarily stunned. Right, Nephi's told Cassie to take the ivory tower to Bastion. He had forgotten all about it. What would have happened if he stayed on the Ebony Island until the connection between the two portals was broken? Was he capable of ascending all the way to the sky above on his own? Probably, after doing some weaving at least. But it would be such a pain. It seems I can't stay here anymore. It was so sudden. But it was also a relief. Feeling strangely liberated, Sonny silently hid himself in Cassie's shadow and stayed with her until the outpost was completely disassembled. Then he followed the blind seer back to the portal. On the way, Sonny said a silent goodbye to the statue of Storm God and threw one last glance at the map carved into the wall on the 5th level. The hollow mountains were calling to him, and he had no reason to refuse the invitation anymore. Once Cassie and the fire keepers returned to the Ivory Island, taking him with them, Sonny silently reached down with his senses and used Shadow Step to teleport to the distant land far below. He stepped out of the shadows on the southern island, in the ruins of the ancient stronghold that had once belonged to Shadow Lord, and where he battled Nightmare many years ago. In the sky above, the beautiful silhouette of the Ivory Island was drifting among clouds. Sonny remained motionless for a while, looking up. Eventually, the flying island slowly moved, traveling south, crossing the chasm separating the chained isles from the rest of the dream realm, and leaving them behind. It was time for him to go as well. He watched the ivory tower float away, and then turned around, facing north. Goodbye. Taking the first step, Sonny headed away from the ruined stronghold, never looking back. Chapter 1754, I Hurt. Therefore I am Sonny remembered the first time he went all the way to the northern boundary of the chained isles vividly. Back then, it had taken Cassie and him around a month to reach the night temple from the sanctuary of Noctis. The southern island was further away from the hollow mountains than the sanctuary, and yet, Sonny made the journey in under a week. Even then, it had only taken him that long because he was taking his sweet time. He did not need to traverse the heavenly chains to get from one island to the other anymore. Instead, he simply turned into a crow and flew north, landing from time to rest or take a look at something peculiar. The crushing was of no issue because he could escape it at any time with Shadow Step. The nightmare creatures of the chained isles were too weak to pose a serious threat to him, at least as long as he stayed alert. Most simply fled, frightened by his dark presence. Strangely enough, Sonny felt that he was more at home in the dream realm than he was in the waking world. It was as though being a transcendent finally made him suited to exist in this land of beauty and dread. Soon he saw a black line on the northern horizon. The line grew darker and taller as he ventured further north, until he finally could make out the jagged peaks of the hollow mountains. The great mountain chain pierced the sky like the fangs of a giant dragon. At least that was how Sonny always perceived it before. Now, however, he knew that they were simply a scar left on the surface of the world by the fall of a void creature that had been killed here at the dawn of time. True darkness was born from the blood of that abyssal being, which had seeped into the broken earth. Having beheld the draconian peaks, Sunny lowered his gaze and looked down. The northern island had been destroyed in the battle between Sky Tide and St. Cormac, so the chasm separating the chained isles from the hollow mountains was wider than before. Across the dark abyss of the sky below, the mountains rose steeply into the distant sky, white mist rolling down their slopes. It flowed into the abyss like a wall of clouds, disappearing into the darkness. Sunny exhaled slowly. He was standing on the edge of an island with the broken chain that had once connected it to the northern island rattling quietly far below. Far away on the other side of the chasm, the great anchor chain that had once connected the chained isles to the hollow mountains was hidden by mist. He was not alone. Saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend were standing around him. Gloomy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and crazy shadows lay on the ground as well. Only the happy shadow was missing, busy with its own mission. Sunny exhaled slowly, then looked at his retinue. He remained silent for a while, then said with a pale smile, "The smart way of doing this would be to send one of you into the mist first, to see how it goes." None of them showed any reaction except for Fiend, who tried to hide behind Saint without drawing attention. Sadly, with his current size, hiding behind Saint was not as effective as it had been before. Sunny grinned. "Luckily for you, no one has ever accused me of being smart." He had been complimented on his wit from time to time, but never in an accusatory tone, so the statement was technically true. Shaking his head, Sunny commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Then he dismissed the shadows and faced the abyssal chasm once more. What a bother! He had already tried to extend his shadow sense into the mist to breach the chasm with Shadow Step, but couldn't sense a single shadow on the other side. In fact, he couldn't sense anything. It was as if nothing existed beyond the veil of mist, perhaps quite literally. Here we go. Sunny dissolved into the shadows, then emerged from them in the form of a crow. Flapping his wings, he cawed loudly and flew toward the hollow mountains. He left the rattling of chains behind and glided on the winds above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The white wall of flowing mist drew closer and closer, and as it did, Sunny's heart beat faster and faster. What if I really just disappear? Would it be that bad? After all, he was all but erased from existence already. Ending up being swallowed by nothing only seemed fitting. What the hell? Of course it's bad. Sunny was not going to disappear. He still wanted to live. In fact, he wanted to live more than ever before. That was a strange quirk of his personality. The less reason there was for him to live, the more he wanted to survive out of nothing but pure spite. Now that the world had truly and utterly rejected him, Sunny had to stay alive no matter the cost. Letting out another caw, Sunny plunged into the white mist. Immediately he felt strange. What was that feeling? Sunny couldn't quite describe it. However, it was debilitating enough to make him fall from the sky. He crashed into the cold rock, rolling down the slope in a mess of limbs. The crow shell had collapsed and he was back to his human body. The rocks bit into his skin painfully, but Sunny did not and could not pay it any attention. What the hell is this? It was. It was like a mind attack, but also completely different. At the same time, it was like a soul attack, but did not bring him any pain. It was also like a physical attack, but it did not harm his body. The best way Sunny could describe it was that, suddenly, he felt as if he was dreaming, or rather, had been dreaming all along, as if he was nothing but a fleeting dream and all his life had been one long, meaningless nightmare, and therefore, that none of it was real and none of him was real either. His sense of self was slowly dissolving under the numb indifference of that obvious realization, as if he was being pulled into a state of senselessness. Sunny had never existed and would never exist. He did not exist. As soon as he acknowledged that fact, his soul started to dim. His body started to lose strength as well. His thoughts turned slower. "That is right," Sunny smiled faintly. "Come from nothing, return to nothing." He could sense the mist flowing around him, through him. Was his body turning transparent? If so, that was all right. That was how it should be. Only, if I don't exist, if there is no me, then why does it hurt to have never existed so much? He had experienced being erased from existence once already. That pain would have been meaningless if he had never existed in the first place, so the mere fact that it had hurt him so badly was a contradiction. If he was nobody, then he would have felt nothing. But he felt something, and therefore he had to be somebody. Pain bloomed in his heart like a flower, and with it his transcendent soul ignited with the beautiful radiance of divine flame. Tenacious blood ran through his body, filling it with strength. His mind was aflame with desire to exist. I hurt, therefore I am. Wait, what kind of nonsense am I spouting? Sonny groaned and concentrated all of his formidable mind on a single thought. I am. He was not nothing. He was not nobody. He was sunless, formerly known, or rather unknown, as lost from light. He was the devil of Antarctica. He had been the mad prince once, but he was not any more. He was even Lord Mongrel, even if he wished otherwise. He was Sonny. It took all his focus to keep that thought from dissolving into the mist. Once he managed to prove his own existence, the pressure of nothingness did not disappear, and the pull of non-existence did not lessen. Sonny had to keep concentrating on the fact that he had been, was, and would be without reprieve. If he let go of that fervent thought even for a few moments, both his soul and body would probably turn into flowing mist. Damnation! Grimacing, he slowly rose from the cold stone and stared into the white nothingness that surrounded him with a grim expression. Ah, how insidious! This was not going to be easy. Mumbling quiet curses, Sonny dusted himself off and looked around. He could not see anything, and the mist was dampening his senses. So he didn't even know which direction he was supposed to go. However, it wasn't hard to determine where the north was. All he had to do was pay attention to the ground. The ground under his feet was sloping in a certain direction. Going down meant returning to the chained isles. Going up meant venturing deeper into the hollow mountains. He rubbed his face, sighed, and started climbing the slope. Chapter 1755. Affirmation. Sonny walked up the rocky slope, surrounded by the flowing mist, and a silence so absolute that it was almost deafening. He could not see very well, and even if he could, he wouldn't have been able to perceive much. His mind was so strained by the imperative need to continuously affirm his own existence that there wasn't much space left for other thoughts. The mist could barely be permeated by his shadow sense, as well. His senses were impaired not as much as they would have been in true darkness, but still severely. Step, another step. All sounds were muffled, and he could not hear his own footsteps. Because of that, Sonny had an eerie feeling that he was not moving at all. Damnation! This is going to be tiring. He walked for a few hours, feeling more and more fatigued. Just a day before, he was flying across the chained isles, unrestrained and full of power, but now, simply taking a step felt like a burden. That said, Sonny suspected that he would slowly, very slowly, grow accustomed to the pressure of existing within nothingness. He would have been long erased from existence if he had been a mere sleeper, but a transcendent soul was much more vast and potent than that of a dormant being. More importantly, it was fundamentally different from the souls of sleepers, awakened, and masters. That was because a saint's soul was connected to the world, so, to erase it, nothingness had to erase all those connections as well. That was why Sonny could struggle to keep existing in the mist. In the next few days, he made little progress. Sonny did not dare to move brazenly here in the hollow mountains, especially before knowing what horrors lay hidden in the fog. So he kept a low profile and simply walked like a mundane human would. The slopes under his feet turned steeper and steeper, and his surroundings became colder and colder. If these were mundane mountains, there would have already been snow covering the ground. But in this eerie place, the hidden expanse of black rock remained barren, with nothing but mist flowing across its surface. Sonny judged that he would have to start climbing in earnest soon, scaling towering cliffs. Alternatively, he would have to circle around the steepest slopes to find easier paths. There were no ruins hidden in the mist, no signs of living beings having ever been here. No sounds, no signs of danger. Nevertheless, Sonny tried to remain as alert as possible. He did not believe for a moment that there would be no abominations hiding in the fog after all. If he could resist the pull of nothingness, so would the more powerful of the nightmare creatures. And then there were the others, those who had been born from the mist. As the days passed, he was slowly getting better at keeping himself from disappearing. It was still putting a constant strain on his mind, but at least Sonny did not sway like a drunk anymore while walking. He could pay more attention to his surroundings as well, which was a relief. He journeyed deeper into the mountains, having nothing to do but think. Of course, what he thought about the most was nothing. Sonny did not know how Cormac had managed to brave the insidious mist perhaps the same way he was doing it, through sheer will, or perhaps with the help of some artifact forged by the King of Swords. However, he had come to believe that some people were better suited for the task than others. And surprisingly, Sonny was one such person. There were several reasons why he could survive better in the white mist of the Hollow Mountains. The first reason was very simple. It was his transcendent ability, shadow incarnation. One had to constantly affirm their existence if they wanted to resist the pull of nothingness, which, among other things, meant that they could not allow themselves to sleep. Surrendering to sleep, even for a few moments, would mean death, and even saints had to rest from time to time. Sonny, however, could delegate rest to his absent incarnation. Not only that, but his avatar could also don the puppeteer's shroud. He had transplanted the blessing of spirit, enchantment of the shroud of graceless dusk, into the weave of that armor, which enhanced his ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Cormac had not possessed such an ability, so his expeditions into the Hollow Mountains had never lasted more than a month or two. Sonny, however, could, in theory, stay here indefinitely thanks to his avatar. The second reason was that he possessed a rich experience of trying to maintain his sense of self due to shadow dance. Sonny had spent years trying not to lose himself in the forms and shapes of the beings he shadowed, so resisting the dreadful pull of nothingness was, in a sense, nothing new to him. It would have been much better if he still had a true name, but sadly, that was one of the two disadvantages weighing him down. The other disadvantage was that there were no strings of fate connecting him to other people, places, and events. Erasing someone like him, untethered from everything, was easier. After all, the vacuum left in his absence would be very small. Luckily, there was the third reason, his greatest ally in the sea of nothingness. It had to do with the power and nature of his soul. A powerful soul was harder to erase from existence than a weak one, and Sonny's soul was much more potent than that of almost any other saint, let alone someone of a lesser rank. Not only did he possess 6 cores instead of 1, but each of them was also altered and bolstered by soul weave. He also carried 4 powerful creatures in his soul: saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend. The nature of his soul was no less important. In that regard, Sonny actually had 2 advantages. The first was one of his attribute, the flame of divinity. For whatever reason, divinity seemed to repel nothingness, protecting him like a radiant shield. The second was the fact that he was a shadow and had the soul of a shadow. Sonny did not know why, but he had come to believe that shadows were especially difficult to erase from existence. The vile thieving bird Spawn had failed to consume his soul because he possessed shadow essence instead of soul essence. Similarly, nothingness was having trouble swallowing him now. He remembered the cohort's journey to the outer boundary of the underworld and the forlorn shadows he had found in the maze. They had belonged to the companions of the First Lord, but their owners were somehow gone, leaving only the orphaned shadows behind. Sonny thought that he understood how that had happened better now. They must have encountered a creature of nothingness somewhere there, in the dark maze. But Sonny and the rest had been warned by Cassie to keep their eyes shut, and so they somehow passed through the darkness unscathed. Stopping for a moment, Sonny let out a sigh, leaned against the black rocks, and stared into the mist. Keep our eyes shut. Chapter 1756, Nothing Left. Once again, Sonny remembered the chilling encounter with the creature that had come to the ashen barrow from the mist. Just like in the dark maze on the precipice of the underworld, he had survived that encounter by keeping his eyes shut on Cassie's advice. The creature had been insidious, though, trying to trick them into opening their eyes. That was the first of the very few times Sonny had encountered an abomination capable of human speech. But now, looking back on that fearful night, Sonny couldn't help but doubt if it had really spoken. He went over each and every word the creature had said. His expression slowly froze. Now that he thought about it, was it not the case? Every word it used was one that Nephi's, Cassie, or Sonny had spoken themselves. The mist being had stolen their words, just like it had stolen Cassie's voice. Like a twisted reflection. Was that because the creatures of nothingness did not possess voices of their own, or for some other unfathomable reason? In any case, how the hell did the carapace demon chase it away, back into the depths of the dark sea? The nightmare creatures populating the transient sea of the forgotten shore were all of the corrupted rank, at least. Soul Devourer's loyal thrall, however, was merely an awakened demon. Had it been because it served the tree and was augmented by it in some way? Because the Soul Devourer attacked the invader alongside its guardian? Or simply because battling the mist creatures was different from battling other abominations? Maybe the carapace demon had kept its eyes shut as well. Don't I know another creature who makes me want to keep my eyes closed, though? Well, actually, he knew two. The first one was Torment, but he was more interested in the second one, Mordred, the self-proclaimed Prince of Nothing who could enter a being's soul through the eyes. That title of his, was it simply an ironic moniker Mordred had invented because of being abandoned by his family, or something far more meaningful? After all, the connection between him and nothingness did not stop there. In the second nightmare, the original body he had been sent into belonged to a mysterious mist creature. A mist creature who had descended from the hollow mountains and consumed every living soul in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope. Mordred had undergone some sort of transformation in the Ebony Tower, as well, making him almost impossible to sense through divination. The Ebony Tower, which had belonged to Nether, the prince of the underworld, who was closely tied to the white mist and nothingness, wearing it like a mantle. Was it all a series of coincidences, or did Mordred possess some connection to nothing? I just can't make sense of that guy. What was his aspect? What was his flaw? What had Asterion done to him? And why did he enter the first nightmare as a child? What had happened to him in that nightmare? Mordred carried the lineage of War God, the goddess of life, as well as progress, technology, craft, and intellect, the patron deity of humanity. The core of his aspect seemed to be connected to reflections and mirrors, which didn't strike Sonny like something having to do with warfare, and was only tangentially connected to technology and crafting. Of course, lineage and aspect did not have to be directly connected. Sonny himself carried the lineage of Weaver, but possessed an aspect tied to Shadow God. Nephi's carried the lineage of Sun God, but her aspect was not connected to any god at all, but rather to the mythical Nephilim. In any case, what did mirrors have to do with nothingness? Sonny did not see a connection, but there had to be one. I'll ask the bastard the next time I see him. No, right, I won't see him ever again. It was a bit of a relief. After catching his breath, metaphorically speaking, Sonny sighed and continued on his way. However, this time he took additional precautions. He closed his eyes and moved forward, relying on nothing but his dampened shadow sense, sticking to shadows where he could. The nothingness was oppressive, but at the same time it was strangely healing. Sunny was tormented by fatelessness. He was in pain because nobody remembered him, but here, ironically, his very life depended on being able to at least remember himself and do it fiercely. If no one else could acknowledge his existence, he had to do it himself. And the more Sunny affirmed his existence, the duller his pain became. What a perverse situation. Moving stealthily through the mist, Sunny smiled crookedly. But then he froze. Crap! He had grown so accustomed to the desolate silence of the hollow mountains that the sudden change sent him into a panic. The ground had just trembled under his feet. Alarmed, he dashed to the nearest outcropping of rocks and dissolved into the shadows cast by the overhanging stones. Remaining absolutely still, Sunny observed the world somberly. The ground was shaking at short intervals, the tremors growing more violent with each minute. The silence was finally broken by the sound of rocks rolling noisily down the slopes. It echoed in the mist, distorted strangely. What? It was then that it happened. A twisted dark pillar descended from the sky and crashed into the mountain slope not far away from him. It remained motionless for a few moments, leaned, and then rose into the mist only to fall down once more, dozens of meters away. Further away, another pillar crashed into the stone, and then another and another and another. Sunny suddenly felt very small. These are legs. In the next moment, an indescribable sound rolled through the mist, disturbing its flow. Distorted, it was like a deafening bellow of a war horn or a sorrowful wail of a gargantuan beast. The wail was full of fear and agony. A vast shadow covered the area where Sunny was hiding, and then dark liquid poured from above. Enormous waterfalls of something that resembled blood fell down and splattered on the rocks, turning into mountain rivers. Hidden in the shadows, Sunny observed the terrible scene in silence. The mist flowed above the rivers of dark blood, and as he watched, the blood slowly became transparent, already turning into wisps of fog. A few moments later, the foaming rivers were gone, and all that was left was nothing. The towering pillars left the range of his perception, and the vast shadow pressing Sunny down disappeared with them. The enormous creature, whatever it was, had moved on. About a minute later, something crashed into the ground in the distance, causing one last, violent tremor. Sunny hesitated for a while, then emerged from the shadows. He stood motionless for a while, looking in the direction of where the enormous creature had gone. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and followed. What the hell am I doing? He wasn't sure why he wanted to find the place where the creature had fallen, but something was pushing him forward. Perhaps it was the need to know what kind of enemies he would face in this eerie place. Perhaps it was simple curiosity. Perhaps it was something akin to the call of the void, the morbid desire to jump into the beckoning abyss. At some point, Sunny turned to a vertical slope and started climbing. The white mist was not uniform, it was thicker in some places and thinner in others. Usually, the closer to a peak one got, the further they would be able to see. It took him some time to climb the tall cliff stealthily. Following along its edge, Sunny reached a narrow ledge and came into view of a vast mountain valley. It was shrouded in mist, but he could still see the appalling shape of an immense, abhorrent creature that lay in the fog, its titanic body stretching as far as he could see. Shifting his gaze, Sunny paled when he saw an ocean of vile darkness permeating the being's soul, spreading from 7 tumorous growths. A great titan. His heart was suddenly cold. Looking upon a great titan was already unnerving enough. What made Sunny truly tense, however, was the fact that the abomination's flesh was terribly torn and mutilated, as if it had barely escaped from a fearsome clash. What could have mangled a great titan so badly? The wounds were hideous and utterly dreadful, and yet they did not seem grievous enough to kill a being such as this. However, they weakened it. They weakened its body, they weakened its mind, they weakened its soul, and they weakened its will. And that was much too dangerous in the hollow mountains. Although the unfathomable abomination was still alive, the mist was already flowing over its endless shape. Hiding in the shadows, stunned, Sunny remained motionless and watched. As a great titan was devoured by nothingness, slowly dissolving into a milky fog, not long after it was completely gone. It died just like that. No, not even died. The titan was simply erased, as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 1757. Hollow Mountain. Sunny had felt bold not too long ago. Transcendence had increased his power tremendously, and reuniting with Serpent added another fearsome shadow to his dark legion. He had braved the dark depths of Earth's oceans, slaughtered his way across the Antarctic center like a grim reaper, slain the winter beast, and crossed the chained isles as if he was taking a walk in the park. His power had gotten to his head, and he had thought himself truly strong. The hollow mountains disabused him of that notion. Wandering the endless expanse of flowing mist, lost among jagged peaks, Sunny was reminded of how weak and insignificant he was in the grand scheme of things. Effie had once said that the dream realm was a dark paradise, but as far as Sunny was concerned, it seemed more like hell. If the conquered regions of the dream realm were hell, however, the hollow mountains were a deeper and much more dreadful abyss. The horrors that dwelled here were beyond all reason, unfathomable and indescribable, possessing the power to reshape the world with the chilling malice of their alien wills. Great abominations, and even cursed ones. Sunny saw their grotesque shapes moving in the mist from time to time, making him shudder. Sometimes, a vague silhouette of a vast creature would pass his hiding spot, wreathed in wisps of fog. Sometimes, an entire section of a mountain would come alive, sliding away to reveal itself as a gargantuan tentacle that had been wrapped around the towering peak. Sometimes, he would hear eerie sounds echoing in the mist, and feel as though his very mind was being consumed by them. If not for the onyx mantle, which granted him a high degree of resistance to soul and mind attacks, those eerie cries alone would have been enough to kill him. This was a land of death, after all. Humans had named such regions death zones for a reason. There was no place for mortals here. And yet, Sunny was here. He might have been humbled by the dread of the hollow mountains, but he was not deterred by it. Even if he was not powerful enough to face the creatures dwelling in the mist, he was strong and resourceful enough to survive them. As time went on, he learned to resist the will-eroding pull of nothingness better. It still strained him, but pushing against the dissolution of his self had eventually become a habit. He moved stealthily and stayed out of sight, making sure not to attract the attention of the great nightmare creatures, and retreated at the mere suspicion of a cursed one being close by. Of course, he was not always able to escape. As months went by, Sunny failed to evade the attention of powerful abominations a few times. Navigating the mist was difficult, and his senses were impaired, so were theirs, but that simply meant that many things were up to luck. And Sunny had no luck to speak of. When he was forced to fight, the battles were chilling. The black rock shattered, and the mist boiled from the furious forces unleashed by the combatant. Sunny had to give it his all to simply survive, testing the absolute limits of his transcendent power and using every ounce of cunning dwelling in his devious mind. Sometimes he killed the enemy. Sometimes he repelled their assault and escaped. Sometimes he hurt them enough for their will to be shaken and let the mist finish the job. It was strangely convenient. Unlike the nightmare creatures, Sunny never surrendered to nothingness no matter how badly he was hurt, how terribly his flesh was mangled, and how much agony he was in. His will and desire to exist never wavered. That was an advantage humans had over the abominable beings of corruption, it seemed. The abominations had never had a strong sense of self, to begin with, while humans prized themselves for being highly individualistic. Sunny had never thought that there would come a time when his only enemies would be great nightmare creatures, but here it was. The hollow mountains were a natural preserve for the most dreadful of beings. Only those whose will was strong enough to exist in nothingness could survive here. After all, Sunny was one such being as well, it seemed. He had wandered the steep slopes of black rock for months, persistently searching for safer paths and seeking shelter in shallow caves when his body needed rest. Being surrounded by terrible enemies who were much more powerful than him and hiding from them like a tiny bug in order to survive. It felt a little bit nostalgic. Sunny felt as small and powerless as he had on the forgotten shore, but at the same time his mind was as clear as it had been there. He just had to survive. Using all possible means, there was just life and death, with nothing in between. And just like on the forgotten shore, the more he survived, the stronger he became. Battling great nightmare creature in the flowing mist was just as merciless of a crucible as the Crimson Labyrinth and the Dark City had been for him as a sleeper. He was slowly coming into his own strength, learning how to wield the vast power of a transcendent. He also gained terrible experience of facing such creatures. With every dreadful abomination that fell by his hand, Sunny learned how to kill the next one better. And with every abomination he managed to elude, he learned how to escape from the next one better, fighting opponents stronger than himself. That was the best way to grow. Of course, it was not all battles here in the Hollow Mountains. In fact, Sunny spent most of his time hiding and creeping stealthily between the jagged peaks. He was tense and on edge most of the time, but sometimes he was also very bored. There were long stretches of time he had to spend holed up in some cave or hidden in the dark embrace of shadows, waiting for the danger to pass. Sunny entertained himself by working on the project he had started in the tomb of Ariel, trying to turn the covetous coffer into an echo. He was making steady progress, slowly learning how to make that particular memory into a vessel for the shadow of the mordant mimic. Now that Sunny had lost the assistance of the nightmare spell, he wasn't sure if he would even be able to make the conversion, but he still wanted to try, since he knew that he would not be getting any new echoes for the same reason. Fighting powerful nightmare creatures was more than exciting, but he needed some variety as far as entertainment was concerned. Weaving provided a nice change of pace. Of course, nightmare creatures were not the only beings dwelling in the mist. There were also the others. Sunny had only encountered the creatures of nothingness after leaving the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains and venturing deeper into the vast expanse of the deadly region. His very first encounter had almost become his last. Whispers of long-forgotten voices, echoes of long-extinguished wails, they surrounded him from all sides, drifting in the mist. Sunny had his eyes tightly shut, hiding in the shadows and praying for the eerie being to move past without noticing him. Somehow he knew that if he saw it, he would not survive, or at least his self would not survive. Who knew, perhaps 6 lonely shadows would be left wandering the world in his wake. Eventually, the whispers grew distant and disappeared. The deeper into the mist Sunny went, the more of these creatures he encountered. He had never gazed at them, so he didn't even know what they looked like, or if they looked like anything at all. He could allow himself to fight the nightmare creatures, but every time he encountered a mist being, he either hid or escaped. It was only that. After a while, Sunny started to doubt if they were even creatures at all. It almost felt as if the voices wandering the fog were strange phenomena instead. As though the eerie remnants of things and beings erased by nothingness drifted in the mist, attracted to each other by the ancient vestiges of erased wills. He had a particular suspicion, though, to be is to be perceived. There was a school of thought that claimed that things only existed if they were perceived. That which was not perceived did not exist, but since one could not perceive nothing, everything they did perceive had to be something. In other words, nothing would become something by the mere act of being perceived. Like a reflection, perhaps, which was only there when one stood in front of the mirror. It was a bit of a strange philosophy, and one that depended on the existence of an omniscient God to make sense, a God who perceived all of existence, and therefore made it real. The gods were dead, of course, and more than that, they had never been omniscient. So that disproved the whole notion, but Sonny still felt that there was a kernel of truth to it. Perhaps things could exist without being perceived, and nothing would not become something even if it was witnessed. But he felt that the beings of the mist would definitely become more real if they were witnessed. To behold them was the same as giving them power. Looking upon them would make nothing become something enough to come into contact with existence and tear it apart. At least that was what he thought. For that reason, Sonny did not only close his eyes near the mist creatures, but also covered his ears and retracted his shadow sense, turning himself blind, deaf, and mute. Being devoid of most senses in the middle of a death zone was its own kind of terror, but he simply gritted his teeth and endured. Sonny did not know if what he was doing had any meaning, but the creatures of nothingness had never managed to consume him, so maybe he was doing something right. Chapter 1758. Something wicked this way comes even if Sonny found a tentative way to survive encounters with the creatures of the mist, and even if he was slowly learning how to survive in the battles against the great nightmare creatures, claiming their lives one after another, even if he avoided the cursed ones with utmost caution, there was still one big problem he had to contend with: the hollow mountains themselves. The Forgotten Shore was a vast land, one that probably had been its own realm once upon a time. The Nightmare Desert was of the same size, if not larger, and yet the mountain chain stretched from east to west like a great wall, bordering both of these regions and a few others. It was simply enormous. Worse than that, the jagged peaks were shrouded in thick mist, which made navigating them all but impossible. Sonny was mostly sure that he had not lost his understanding of where the north was. But after dozens of furious battles and narrow escapes, his certainty was not absolute. Maybe he was hopelessly lost, or maybe the hollow mountains were simply too vast. In any case, his journey was taking longer than he had expected. Much, much longer. Out there beyond the mist, Rain's family had already left the waking world behind and settled in Ravenheart. Sonny's avatar had approached her and somehow talked his way into becoming her teacher. But Sonny was still wandering the mist, hiding from the unspeakable horrors that dwelled within it, and clashing with them when there was no chance to escape. At times, he doubted that anything except for the white mist had ever existed. He was so accustomed to the flowing fog and the black rocks, so used to the harsh life of the weakest being in the mountains, and so familiar with the strange nature of existing in the sea of nothingness that his past did not seem real. Wasn't it ironic? The only thing that seemed to have existed was non-existence. The warm and endearing life of his distant avatar seemed like a dream instead. Funny. Beaten and battered, hurting all over, Sonny was slowly learning how to fight and function without the nightmare spell. Tired of only working on turning the covetous coffer into an echo, he tried to envision a memory that would replace some of the rudimentary functions of the spell, especially those having to do with presenting information in an easily digestible manner. Such a memory was not that hard to weave, but actually designing it required some creativity. After all, the source of all that information would not be the nightmare spell, but Sonny himself. Therefore, he had to find a way to automatically convert things he knew or perceived into runes. That was an interesting challenge. Apart from that, he was also trying to teach himself how to enter his soul sea. Some of the things he had learned with the help of the nightmare spell had remained with him, like muscle memory, the acts of traveling between realms and placing realm tethers, for example. But some, like visiting the soul sea, were completely gone, so he had to relearn them. The ancient people of the dream realm had been able to enter their soul seas long before the nightmare spell was created, so there was no reason that he couldn't do the same. In fact, there had probably never been a transcendent who did not know the way into their soul sea, so Sunny felt a bit ashamed of himself. It was just hard to find the way without a teacher. Nevertheless, he eventually succeeded. Even if it had taken him slightly more than a year. After entering the soul sea, Sunny confirmed two things. The first thing was that the memories he could not summon were truly gone instead of being simply unavailable. That gave him a sense of bitter melancholy. The second thing he learned was that the formless shadow of the vile thieving bird's spawn was gone, as well just as he had suspected. The loathsome creature had claimed its odious chick. A year had already passed, and he was still in the Hollow Mountains. He had celebrated his 22nd birthday in a tiny cave on the side of a misty mountain. Sunny felt thankful to the onyx mantle and the puppeteer's shroud. If not for the fact that both of his armors could repair themselves, he would have been wearing rags. He was also thankful to the endless spring because of Cassie's gift. He was not only able to quench his thirst whenever he wanted, but also wash himself regularly. Otherwise, every creature in the region would have probably detected his stench. He was also thankful to Bone Weave and his transcendent teeth. Most of the provisions he had stored in the covetous coffer were long gone, so his diet consisted predominantly of the meat harvested from the great nightmare creatures slain by him. It tasted heavenly, but chewing it often was something only saints would be able to do. A few months after gaining access to the Soul Sea, Sunny successfully turned the covetous coffer into a flawed echo. It was only an echo in name, possessing the structure of one, but lacking the main component, the semblance of autonomy. Nevertheless, that was fine. Sunny did not need the coffer to do anything that a real echo would be able to do. He just needed it to be the vessel for the shadow. Once the faux echo was turned into a shadow, the autonomy would follow. It was just that it would be true autonomy, not the masterful imitation of one granted by the spell. It took him another month to figure out how to fuse the shadow of the mordant mimic with the covetous coffer. Strangely enough, Serpent was of great help in that regard. With its help, Sunny guided the dark flames of his soul to encompass both, and listened to his instincts from there. Sadly, everything happened so fast that he failed to glean the secrets of the mysterious process. He still had no idea how exactly shadows were made, just that his aspect contained some sort of authority that allowed him to create them. Nevertheless, Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to repeat the process just yet. In any case, that was how the marvelous mimic was born. Sunny had come up with the name himself, because that was how he felt after commanding his new shadow to turn itself into a little hut. Sleeping under an actual roof, away from the mist, wasn't that simply marvelous? His journey through the Hollow Mountains was still exhausting and harrowing, but at least it had become a little more comfortable. In the end, it took him around a year and a half to escape that misty hell. One day, Sunny was limping down a slope, one of the hundreds, or maybe even thousands of the slopes he had climbed, with an emotionless expression on his pale face. Of course, no one could see his face because it was covered by Weaver's mask. Hidden from view, his eyes were bleak and lifeless. His hair had grown longer than it had ever been, and was tied roughly by a piece of string. The puppeteer's shroud was torn, tattered, and stained with blood. He had just escaped from a terrible fight, and had no time to dismiss the armor yet, giving it a chance to repair itself. 4 of his shadows were exploring the mist, surrounding him from all sides, far enough to serve as scouts, but close enough to escape back to him at the first hint of danger. Only Gloomy remained glued to his feet. Sunny dismissed Weaver's mask and said in a flat voice, "Well, anyway, that might be true, but mind your manners. I am a saint, you know, Saint Sunless. Would it kill you to flatter me once in a while?" The shadow stared at him sarcastically, then suddenly rose from the ground, turning into an avatar. The avatar, unlike the original body, was clad in the onyx mantle. The avatar said, "So what? I am Saint Sunless too. I never lie." Sunny stared at the avatar darkly. What a hateful face. Stop staring at me, bastard, the avatar scowled. Who are you calling a bastard, you bastard? Don't you have any respect for our mother? Sunny hissed through gritted teeth. Be a bit louder, why won't you? Do you want some cursed creature to hear you? The avatar stared at him gloomily for a while, then looked away. They walked side by side for some time, keeping quiet. Eventually, Sunny spat angrily. Waste of essence. The avatar grinned. I might be a waste of essence, but you're the one wasting essence to have a conversation with yourself. Fool. Sunny widened his eyes. What conversation? It's a quarrel with myself. Get your facts straight, idiot. The avatar did not answer immediately, instead turning his head this way and that. Eventually, he asked, Say, don't you think that the mist has been strangely thin recently? I can almost see the next mountain. Sunny scoffed. That's just how it is. But then he fell silent. Because at that moment, Sunny fully realized that he was right. The mist was indeed too thin. It was thinner than ever before, even. He lingered for a moment, then dismissed the avatar, wrapped the shadow around his body, and hurried his steps. He recalled the scouting shadows, too, augmenting his body further. Can it be? No, really, can it? The world was slowly turning darker. It can. Sunny forced himself to remain calm and alert, moving forward as fast as he could while remaining cautious. Half a day later, he climbed a tall peak and looked ahead, staggering slightly at the sight. He did not even register at first what he was looking at. The only thing he cared about was that he could see anything at all. Out there in front of him there was no mist. Instead, there was a vast and desolate expanse of flat land. A land shrouded in eternal darkness, with a starless void looming above it as a black sky. Sunny inhaled deeply. No way. After all these years, he had returned to the Forgotten Shore. Chapter 1759. Return to the Forgotten Shore. The desolate expanse of the Forgotten Shore lay in front of Sunny, shrouded in darkness. The black sky was vast and empty. There were no stars, no moon, and no sun populating the lightless abyss, making it seem boundless. Faced with the hollow eternity of its unfathomable grandeur, Sunny couldn't help but feel indescribably small. Below the black sky, a barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. The Forgotten Shore had changed, becoming almost unrecognizable. The terror of the Spire, nameless sun, was dead, and the endless sea of crimson coral that had been born from her was gone as well, replaced by ashen dust. The darkness shrouding the desolate expanse was absolute, but it was merely the absence of light, not the true darkness that dwelled in the abyss of the underworld. Therefore, Sunny's gaze could pierce its veil without restraint. The Forgotten Shore had become a land of shadows. His bloodless lips twisted into a pale smile. I'm back. It took him a few more days to descend from the hollow mountains and leave the dark slopes behind, finally setting foot on the Forgotten Shore again. Surrounded by the sea of ashen dust and absolute silence, Sunny remained motionless for a while, gazing into the distance with a strange expression on his bruised face. The lack of light, the lack of sound, the lack of life. How peaceful. It was a land of death. He walked a few steps forward and then staggered, falling to his knees. His hands drowned in the dust, and his breathing had become labored, hoarse whistles escaping from his mouth each time his chest rose and fell. Arg-ah! Sunny was suffocating. It was not for the lack of air, but simply because both his mind and body were in turmoil. He was having a strange semblance of a panic attack, caused by the fact that there was no mist around him anymore. There was no nothingness, and therefore, Sunny didn't have to struggle to remain existing anymore. He had grown so accustomed to that constant necessity, though, that its lack was like a powerful shock. Everything around him was so solid and immutable, so tactile and palpable, so something. Everything was something. Wasn't that bizarre? As it turned out, it was possible to experience a panic attack from the sense of relief. That feeling was so powerful that it debilitated Sunny completely, making him unable to think, move, or control himself. He remained on his knees for a few moments and then sprawled in the dust. It's so calm. Very soon he curled into a ball and peacefully fell asleep. Sonny slept without dreams for several days. He was both surprised and concerned by how long his original body remained asleep, but judged that it deserved a little rest, or maybe a lot of it. Spending a year and a half in the Hollow Mountains was not for the faint of heart. In fact, it was pure madness. If Sonny had known how long and dreadful his journey would be, he would have never ventured into the mist. Or maybe not. Maybe he would have still gone into the nothingness. After all, even though crossing the Hollow Mountains had been a nightmarish affair, it had also been fun in a perverse and morbid kind of way. It was also quite fruitful, tempering his will and sharpening his skills. Sonny was a transcendent now, and so his skills needed to become transcendent as well. In fact, he had been contemplating the concept of a transcendent battle art as of late. In any case, his body needed to rest, so he let it sleep. However, sleeping in the dust was not too comfortable. He manifested an avatar and summoned the marvelous mimic. Once the shadow turned itself into a hut, the avatar carried his body inside and put it on the makeshift bed, which was nothing more than an elevated platform formed by the mimic on his behalf. Saint, serpent, fiend, and nightmare guarded the hut, each augmented by one of the shadows. The avatar, meanwhile, made a fire and went about preparing some food. By the time Sonny woke up, there was a real feast waiting for him on the table. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and sat up, rubbing his eyes. The pillow and blanket he had manifested before slowly dissolved into shadows. The avatar gestured to the food with a grin. "Come eat. I have 10 different types of monster meat for you to enjoy." Sonny was quite hungry, so he didn't waste any time. Taking the first bite, he lingered for a few moments and then asked somberly, "Have we run out of salt?" The avatar shrugged. "You know we did." Sonny let out another sigh. "What about coffee?" The avatar looked at him with amusement. "There's a bit left. Let's save it for a special occasion." Sonny did not need to ask himself these questions, of course, because he already knew all the answers. But still, it was nicer to eat while enjoying a friendly conversation, even if he was talking to himself. His retinue was great in many regards, but none of them were the talkative sort. In fact, the only one of who had ever spoken was Fiend, but that guy was better off keeping his mouth shut. Finishing his breakfast, Sonny mounted Nightmare, dismissed the rest of the shadows as well as the avatar, and headed north. The darkness took them in its welcoming embrace, and the ashen dust rose into the air, disturbed by the adamantine hooves of the tenebrous stallion. It was strange. Sonny vividly remembered the long journey back to the dark city that he and the members of the cohort had made after visiting the Hollow Mountains. Back then, it had been an endless battle for survival. The Crimson Labyrinth had been teeming with all kinds of vile nightmare creatures, and all those creatures had wanted to taste their blood. But now, the nightmare creatures were gone, annihilated by the merciless sun. The Crimson Labyrinth was gone, too, its demise caused by the destruction of the sun. The coral maze had withered in the absence of its source and crumbled into dust. Now there was no one to lunge at Sonny from the darkness. There was nothing but death and desolation around him, silence and peace. He rode the nightmare north at a mild pace, not in a hurry to reach his destination. Rocking gently in the saddle, Sonny sipped water from the endless spring and looked around, his gaze full of placid curiosity. "I think I recognize that place, no, do I?" It was hard to orient himself in the sea of dust. There were a few landmarks that Sonny would have recognized, but he entered the forgotten shore in a different spot from where the cohort had gone. His route was entirely different, and he could have been hundreds, or even thousands of kilometers away from the places that the cohort had visited. Well, it did not matter. If Sonny wanted to, he could spend the rest of his life here. He would find what he was searching for eventually. No, actually, that was not quite right. Since there were very few nightmare creatures on the forgotten shore now, if any, his supplies would run out eventually. So his time was limited after all. Sunny's laughter rang in the tranquil silence. Gods, never thought I'd have such a problem. There were not enough abominations around. Such a travesty. Wasn't that ironic? Sunny traveled on horseback for a few days, then turned into a crow and flew into the boundless black sky. Drifting on the winds, he soared above the sea of ash and dust and made his way north while observing the desolate land for any familiar landmarks. No monster lunged at him from the dust or from the black abyss above. This land, which had become synonymous with dread and danger in his mind, was now strangely peaceful. It seemed safer than even the waking world, let alone other regions of the dream realm. Sunny opened his beak and let out a few piercing caws, laughing at the irony. It would be funny if it wasn't so sad. After flying above the barren wasteland for a few more days, he found what he was looking for: the ruins of the Crimson Spire. Chapter 1760, Ruins of the Crimson Spire. The Crimson Spire, which had been a symbol of both oppression and salvation for the sleepers of the forgotten shore, was no more. Sunny had witnessed the beginning of its destruction all those years ago, but was sent away by Nephi's before the Cyclopean structure collapsed. Looking at the mountain of shattered black stone that towered above the sea of dust like a titanic gravestone, he wondered how she had escaped the cataclysmic collapse. It must have been hard to escape that disaster. It must have been even harder still to survive the long journey across the desolate forgotten shore, traverse the nightmare desert, enter the underworld, and conquer the second nightmare. He had always known how hard it would have been for a mere sleeper. But only after spending close to 2 years in solitude did Sunny realize how taxing it must have been on Neff's mind. Escaping the collapsing spire had probably been the easiest of her ordeals. Sunny gazed upon the vast ruin from the sky, then plummeted down and turned into a human. Walking across the dust, he fell into a solemn mood. Soon, something crunched under the boot of the onyx mantle. He hesitated for a moment, then kneeled and brushed the dust away. Below it, a monstrous skull was revealed. Sunny stared at it for a while, then rose and looked around. He could discern more bones on the ground around him, all covered by a thick layer of dust. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. It's here. He was on the edges of the battlefield where the Dreamer army had fought against the horde of nightmare creatures. There, in the distance, stood the broken remains of the siege engines that Kai had commanded. Not too far away, Effie had held the line against the flood of abominations, her soldiers dying one by one, until nobody was left. Behind that place was the spot where the Dreamer army had made its last stand, the rising water already reaching their knees. Sunny knew exactly how many sleepers had come to siege the Crimson Spire. He also knew how many of them had survived. So, it wasn't difficult to calculate how many human skulls lay here, buried in the ashen dust. He remained silent for a while and then said quietly, "Your nightmare is over." Sighing deeply, he continued on his way to the bridge that led to the island where the spire had once stood. The bridge itself had long collapsed, destroyed by the falling debris. Once upon a time, Sunny had used the dark wing and Saint's strength to breach the wide divide. Today, however, he simply disappeared from the spot and appeared on the other side a moment later. All it took was a single step. Clad in an onyx armor with his raven-black hair dancing in the wind, Sunny walked across the rubble and then froze in place, a subtle expression of astonishment appearing on his alabaster face. His eyes widened slightly. Well, this is a surprise. Out of there, in front of him, a stone colossus was kneeling on the ground, unmoving. Sunny recognized him instantly. The weathered surface of the ancient stone, the small cracks and fissures where countless abominations had assaulted the giant since ancient time. After wandering the forgotten shore for thousands of years, the statue of the builder had finally come to a rest. Of course, his head was still missing. The giant hammer that had once struck down the harrowing depth dweller lay in the rubble to the side, forgotten and abandoned. The colossus was still and motionless, its back turned to Sonny. Inhaling deeply, he walked around the gargantuan statue and faced it. For a while, there was only silence. In front of the kneeling colossus, 6 stone heads lay in the rubble, staring blindly at the empty space where the gates of the Crimson Spire had once been. The Lord, the Priestess, the Hunter, the Slayer, the Knight, the Stranger. The 7th head, the Builder's head, was held gently in the statue's hands. The colossus did not show any sign of life, having found what he had been looking for all that time. Sonny lingered for a bit, then shifted his gaze, looking within the stone giant. His mind was full of bright curiosity. "What are you, really?" After a while, a strange sound escaped from his lips. "So that's how it is." The walking statue was neither a living being nor a nightmare creature. It had no soul. Instead, 7 transcendent soul shards were hidden in its stone depths, connected by dimly glimmering essence channels. Soul shards, not cores. The ancient colossus was an automaton, a great golem created by the builder and brought to a semblance of life by sorcery. Sonny had no doubt that if he broke the statue apart, he would find a complicated weave of countless runes engraved into its hollow core and the expansive web of essence channels. It was a crude creation, far less intricate than even the echoes that the spell weaved. No wonder Saint had treated it with disdain. She was a true living being, after all, first created from stone by the demon of choice, then brought back to life by a treacherous shadow. The wandering colossus, the forsaken knight of the ruined cathedral. They were no more than pale imitations. Their power might have been much greater than hers, but their nature was deeply and fundamentally inferior. If Sonny was to guess, one of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, the Stranger, must have been one of the stone saints, and had brought a small number of his soldiers with him to this dark land. The builder must have been in awe of Nether's craftsmanship, and tried to recreate it clumsily. The walking giant was the result. By now, the 7 soul shards placed in his stone body were almost entirely devoid of essence, shimmering dimly, one step away from being extinguished. Perhaps the colossus had been absorbing power from the artificial sun, and was left without a source of essence after the Crimson Terror was destroyed. Perhaps he had simply exhausted all his power and came to a natural end. In any case, the headless statue would not be wandering the vast expanse of the Forgotten Shore ever again. Sonny threw one last glance at it and turned away with a sigh. "I'm glad you found what you were looking for." He walked away, then started climbing the rubble. "Even the big guy is gone. Why does it make me feel sad? It's like I barely recognize the place." The reason he had come to the ruins of the Crimson Spire was still there, though. It was at the very heart of the mountains of crushed stone at the bottom of a vast well. Sonny climbed down, being extremely careful not to fall. He did not trust the stability of the rubble and tested each foothold before lowering himself deeper into the darkness, and for a good reason. At the bottom of the deep well was a vast pool of black water. Its surface was perfectly still and flat, like that of a harrowing mirror made from pure darkness. Although the water was opaque and Sonny could see how far down it went, he felt as though it was unimaginably deep, reaching such depths that mere thought of light would be impossible there. The dark sea. As Sonny watched it in solemn silence, a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the imprisoned ocean of darkness. It was as though it was straining to spill over the edges of the pool and break free. However, the invisible powers that held it down were too mighty to overcome, even for this vast, boundless, inconceivable creature. The seal he had activated still held, showing no sign of growing weaker. Shifting his gaze, Sonny peered into the depths of the dark sea and let out a stifled chuckle. It did not change. All he could see was boundless, appalling darkness. However, somewhere deep, deep below, he seemed to have sensed the presence of 7 abyssal nodes where the corruption was even denser. His suspicion had been right. The dark sea of the forgotten shore was indeed a living being, a great titan. Before, the mere thought of a great titan would have caused him to fall to his knees in terror, but after witnessing one dying miserably in the white mist, Sonny remained unmoved. He even felt a strange, daring compulsion to dive into the black waters. Why not? He had bathed in them before. Back then, the dark sea paid him no attention. Would it be different now that he was a saint, possessing a transcendent soul that would be much more nourishing for a being such as this? What would he find in the depths of the ancient sea of corruption? What mysteries were hidden in the unfathomable black waters? Should I find out? The temptation was strong. He reached toward the dark pool, tantalized by its lightless expanse. But then he stopped. Sonny remained motionless for a while, struggling against the sense of dark wonder. Then he slowly, laboriously pulled his hand back. What the hell am I doing? He wanted to dive into the dark sea. Back then he was merely a sleeper, a powerless, pathetic, dormant beast. But now he was a transcendent terror and carried a cohort of fearsome shadows in his soul. Although his mind was telling him to be cautious, his heart recklessly believed that he could survive the depths of the great titan. Maybe he would even be able to destroy it. Why not? What would he lose if he actually died in that vast darkness? There was nothing to lose, only there was now. If he had reached the ruin of the Crimson Spire before promising to be Rain's teacher, Sonny might have risked it. But now things were different. She might not have remembered him, but he remembered her. He also remembered himself. Shaking his head, Sonny took a step back. I am such an idiot. It didn't even matter if he could survive in the embrace of the dark sea. What mattered more was that the great titan had been sealed by his own hand, and none of the nightmare creatures that dwelled in the black water were able to escape that seal. So, if Sonny did dive into the black pool, he wouldn't be able to escape it either. Wouldn't it be funny to be imprisoned by the seal he himself had put in place? Smiling darkly, Sonny looked at the still water and sighed. If I ever become powerful enough to break the seal, maybe then we'll meet again. The black pool rippled, as if acknowledging his promise. Suddenly unnerved, Sonny took another step back and silently dissolved into the shadows. Chapter 1761. The silent streets of the dark city in the past. It had taken the Dreamer army many days of an arduous march to reach the Crimson Spire from the dark city. Now, however, Sonny could traverse that distance in less than a minute. He was not in a hurry to leave, though. Leaving the towering mountain of rubble behind, he crossed the broken bridge and returned to the ashen wasteland. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and leaned down to brush the dust off the old bones. In the end, it took him almost a week to find the remains of every sleeper that had perished in the battle for the Crimson Spire. There were 400 of them, after all, and he had to be careful not to damage the brittle bones. So, it took some time. He placed them together on the ground, and then used the jagged slabs of black stone from the ruins of the gargantuan tower to construct a stone barrow above the mass grave. It was a little fitting to lay these young men and women to rest under the broken remains of the Crimson Spire, which they had laid down their lives to conquer. Sonny also collected the remains of every nightmare creature that had fallen in the battle, and piled them onto each other to the side of the barrow. The mountain of hideous bones towered above the stone grave, dwarfing it entirely in size, a poignant testament to how fearsome the dreamers of the dark city had been and how valiantly they had fought. He stood in front of the barrow for some time and then sighed. We were tough bastards, weren't we? You guys rest easy now. The others are doing well. Most of them still follow Nephi's, but they are masters now. The remaining handmaidens will ascend before too long, as well Sation is taking care of them. Oh, Effie and Kai are already saints. There are a few independents like myself out there, too. We all escaped. Sonny didn't know why he was saying that. His words rang hollow. He wasn't a big fan of speaking to the dead to begin with. What was the point? Shaking his head, he approached the barrow and carved a few runes into the surface of the black stone. The runes read, "Here lie those who extinguished the sun dreamers of the dark city sleep while your nightmare is over." Stepping back from the slab of black stone with a heavy heart, Sonny remained silent for a while, then sighed and turned away. Walking across the sea of ash and dust, he summoned Nightmare and jumped into the saddle. His voice sounded rough when he urged the stallion forward and said, "Let's get out of here." A young man with alabaster skin and raven-black hair rode through the darkness on a tenebrous steed, his fearsome armor crafted from polished onyx. In front of him, a great wall of dark stone rose into the lightless sky, obscuring the world. Sonny had reached the dark city. He hunched in the saddle, looking up at the towering wall. The city, which had been populated by dreadful abominations, was now peaceful and silent. He could not sense any movement on its ancient streets. After lingering for a while, Sonny stepped through the shadows and appeared on top of the wall. Gazing down, he saw a familiar landscape. In the distance, the twisted and misshapen ruins of the bright castle were covered in soot. The sleepers had set flame to the ancient fortress before leaving, destroying that which had withstood the cruelty of time. He could recognize many other landmarks as well. The toppled lighthouse, the half-collapsed library where he had once learned the truth of the forgotten shore, the plaza where Saint and her siblings had once fallen, the ruined cathedral. Even all these years later, Sonny remembered every ruined street of the dark city where he had hunted, the places where he had ambushed abominations, the places where he had been ambushed by them. There were countless pieces of rubble here that had been wetted by his blood, and even more that he had painted with the blood of his enemies. A fallen nightmare creature had seemed like the end of the world back then. Smiling wryly, Sonny took a step into nothingness and jumped down from the great wall of the dark city. The wind whistled in his ears for a few seconds, and then he landed on the stone rubble. The silence enveloping the ruins was momentarily broken by the thunderous boom of his landing. The terror of the Crimson Spire had annihilated most of the living beings on the forgotten shore to fuel her transformation into a corrupted titan. Everywhere the rays of the ruthless sun had reached, nothing but death remained. But there were many dark places in the ancient city. The interiors of the ruined buildings, the catacombs, the lairs dug in the rubble the sun could not reach there. More than that, the abominations populating the dark city were much stronger than those in the Crimson Labyrinth. So, a few of them had to have survived the annihilation. Sonny was calling them over, wishing to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. However, even after he had made so much noise, nothing moved in the ruins. His shadow sense was enveloping the whole city, but Sonny could not feel any motion at all. Puzzled, he brushed the dust off the onyx mantle and ventured into the maze of ruined streets. Sonny spent the whole day exploring the dark city. He wandered the ruins and reminisced about the past wistfully. Here, he had rescued Kai from the well. Here, he had learned from Effie how to kill a blood fiend. Here was the ditch where he had hidden himself after the Black Knight gutted him. How nostalgic. By the end of the day, Sonny knew why there were no nightmare creatures left in the dark city. There were a lot of hideous remains on the ruined streets. Most of them showed no sign of having received a wound, since their souls had been annihilated by the Crimson Terror. But some bones had nicks and deep cracks on them. Others were scorched by flame. Nephi's. She must have come here after escaping the Crimson Spire and hunted the remaining abominations down, one after another, to build another core and harvest their meat for the long journey ahead. A faint smile twisted his lips. She's so thorough. With the mystery solved, he wandered the ruins some more and eventually made his way to the remains of the bright castle. The ancient stronghold had collapsed, the white marble melted by the terrible heat of the white flames. He did not know why he wanted to see the scorched ruin. So many things had happened here, between the castle's walls. But now, it was all erased by the fire. Just like him, chuckling, Sonny shook his head and wandered the remains of the outer settlement for a bit. He kicked stones and remembered the past, then stopped by the lodge where Nephi's and Cassie had once lived. Now it was empty and quiet. After visiting his old room, he left the outer settlement and descended back into the city. Finally, Sonny reached the ruined cathedral. He entered the majestic great hall, climbed over the toppled column that Saint had once dropped on the Black Night, and gazed at the statue of the nameless goddess. He studied her face for a while, then stepped through the shadows and appeared on the hidden balcony behind it. Soon, he entered a familiar chamber. The living quarters of the young priestess were neat and tidy, just as he had left them. The room was beautiful and spacious. The stone walls were engraved with intricate patterns, creating an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. The furniture was made out of pale, polished wood, with several mismatched pieces that Sonny had scavenged from the dark city once. He was surrounded by a soothing darkness. The chamber had no windows, but there were light wells cunningly hidden here and there. The ingenious system of mirrors that was supposed to bathe the room in sunlight was long destroyed, though. And so was the sun itself. Sonny closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Then he recalled the onyx mantle, walked over to the spacious bed, sprawled on it, and fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Chapter 1762. Thus spoke Weaver. Sleeping in his own bed felt really great. Sonny had had many beds throughout the years. He had one in his temporary room at the academy, one in the bedroom of his house, the luxurious sleeping pod he had purchased after becoming an awakened, a flimsy cot in the sanctuary of Noctis, and even the wide sleeping shelf at the back of the Rhino, among others. But out of all of them, this bed of pale, polished wood, which had once belonged to the priestess of the ruined cathedral, held a special place in his heart. Perhaps because this dark chamber was the first place he had considered home, and this bed was the first he had considered his. Even though the time Sonny had spent living alone in the dark city was one of the bleakest pages of his life, he remembered it with a special fondness. Waking up pleasantly refreshed, he smiled, yawned, and climbed out of the bed. Looking around the spacious chamber, Sonny remembered his days here. Things had been so simple back then. He walked around for a while, briefly touching various pieces of furniture, and then stopped in front of a bare wall. There, countless scratches had been left by the tip of the prowling thorn, counting the days he had spent here. Below them, the word sunless was carved in the stone with 2 runes. A sad smile appeared on Sonny's face. Back then, he had wanted to leave proof of him having lived, struggled, and suffered in the dark city on this stone wall, a mark of his existence. Who knew that the mark he had left would become meaningless one day? His own actions made it so that nobody could remember him, even if he scratched his name into the stone 1,000 times. Sonny chuckled, then outstretched a hand and used his nail to leave one more scratch on the wall. He had spent another day here after all. Then he looked around, studying the interior of the dark chamber. The thought of leaving it all behind once again made him sad. But then, did he really have to leave it? Slowly, a dark grin twisted his lips. Why don't I take it all with me? What a great idea! He needed to decorate the marvelous mimic anyway. Summoning the shadow, he commanded it to turn into an enormous wardrobe and opened its doors wide, paying no attention to the rows of terrifying fangs hidden behind them. Inside was the cold darkness of the vast dimensional storage. Shall we start? Smiling happily, Sonny went about loading the beautiful furniture made of pale, polished wood into the mimic. The bed, the desk, the intricate lectern. He didn't even spare the garbs and vestments of the young priestess, which Effie had once mocked him about. These beautiful clothes were made from fine fabric and masterfully tailored. More than that, They had remained in pristine condition despite thousands of years of neglect. Sonny would be mad to leave behind something like that. By the time he was done, the spacious chamber was entirely barren, as if robbed by an extremely greedy thief. The greedy thief in question, meanwhile, looked at the intricately engraved stone walls, feeling regretful that he couldn't take the engravings with him. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. Closing the doors of the marvelous mimic, he dismissed the shadow and left the living quarters. By the time Sonny returned to the great hall, the smile had disappeared from his face. He glanced at the statue of the nameless goddess one more time. The description of the nameless sun, the memory Nephi's had received after slaying the terror of the Crimson Spire, surfaced in his mind. For a long time, the nameless sun suffered in solitude, longing for all the things that were lost. Only when she lost that longing, too, was the crimson terror of the forgotten shore finally born. Wasn't he a bit like her? Alone and forgotten, even his name erased from the world. He was even a terror, too, if he survived long enough. Would a day come when Sonny turned into a nightmare creature as well? What was it that he had not lost yet that kept his soul from blooming with the flowers of corruption? As his gaze darkened, Sonny looked away from the statue and headed for the inner sanctum of the ruined cathedral. Finding the hidden passage, he allowed it to take him to a winding staircase and descended underground. Deeper and deeper still, until he reached a large chamber carved into the bedrock. There, a massive door forged from the same metal that the armor of the Black Knight had been forged from stood open, and two strange torches burned on the wall. Sonny hissed and shielded his eyes. After days spent in absolute darkness, the pale light of the ghostly torches seemed blinding. Beyond the open door was the solitary cell where he had found Weaver's mask, and the forbidden runes left on its floor by the corpse that had worn it. Sonny had come to the dark city to read these runes. Taking a deep breath, Sonny steeled his heart and walked forward. The first time around, he had left his shadows behind, concerned that the light of the strange torches would harm them. But now he knew that the underground cell was designed to keep someone in, not prevent others from coming inside. The runic circle had long been broken anyway, and the sorcery protecting this place did not function anymore. Entering the cell, Sonny studied his surroundings for a few moments. Not that there was a lot to study. There was only the broken runic circle, the dust that the mysterious corpse had turned into, and the words left on the floor. Sonny smiled darkly, then turned his attention to the forbidden runes he had not been able to read before. These ones were different from the script Nether had used and much easier to translate. However, when Sonny read them, his expression darkened. What? He didn't quite understand. The runes read, "Thus spoke Weaver, they will open the gates, and they did, calling forth doom and destruction upon us now. In the ruins gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen. The Forgotten One comes wide awake to consume them." The rest were illegible. Sonny shivered. No, wait. What did it mean? They had opened the gates. Who had opened them, and which gates? Not the gates of the void, surely. That was impossible. If the gates had already been opened, and the forgotten god had already escaped from the void wide awake, then there would have been no existence left. Everything would have been consumed by corruption. But it wasn't yet, which meant that he was still asleep, seeing nightmares. And yet the runes clearly stated that someone had indeed unleashed the god of corruption. Not only that, but Weaver had even foretold that they would. Gods lay dead, and the demons have fallen. Was that the answer to the question that had been tormenting Sonny? The question of who had won the Doom War? According to these runes, no one had. Both sides had been annihilated. How could that be? Had it been mutual destruction, or had someone killed them all? If neither side had won, then who had? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sonny's spine. He looked down at the familiar string of runes written in a different script from the rest of them. Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god. He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Everyone assumed that there had been two sides in the war between the gods and the demons, but was that really true? After all, there had been one deity that had refused to participate, standing in opposition to both the gods and the demons. The demon of fate. So, if both sides had been annihilated, then wouldn't it mean that there was only Weaver left? Sunny suddenly remembered the description of Bone Weave. When children of the forgotten god rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did until it was too late. Unnerved, Sunny took a deep breath. What the hell did Weaver do? Chapter 1763, Sea of Dust. Sunny left the underground cell in a complicated mood. To be honest, he was a little rattled. Weaver said that they would open the gates. Who were the they Weaver had spoken about? The gods, the demons, or someone else entirely? There was one thing that made Sunny restless. It was the fact that no one knew who Weaver was, so the nebulous demon was never referred to as he or she. Instead, the spell used the neutral they to describe the demon of fate. So, had it been Weaver who unsealed the void, perhaps? That did not make a lot of sense, though, since the runes described something that the elusive demon had said. So it would have been, I will open the gates, not they will, unless Weaver had had a habit of referring to themselves in the third person. There was the issue of the runic language itself, as well, which did not necessarily follow the same pronoun conventions as the human language did. The runes written by the prisoner of the ruined cathedral did not hint that Weaver had been speaking about themselves. But still, until it was too late. What did the description of Bone Weave mean exactly? If Sunny knew one thing, it was that Weaver had been the most frightening of deities, despite not being the most powerful. He did not trust the devious demon of fate one bit. Shaking his head, he walked over to the stone stairs, but then halted and remained motionless for a while. Walking back, he stopped in front of the cell once more. Summoning the marvelous mimic, Sunny violently tore the massive steel door off its hinges and tossed it into the wardrobe's terrifying maw. Then he pulled one of the torches from its slot and carried it away, seemingly unperturbed by the ghostly flame. A person who had been tossed away by the world had to be practical. Why leave good things behind? Sunny spent a few more days in the dark city, exploring the ruins curiously. Before, he had been limited in where he could go, and what he could see there had been nightmare creatures everywhere, and his power had been woefully insufficient to walk around freely. But now, Sunny was powerful enough to cleanse the entire dark city in a matter of hours. Sadly, all the abominations he had not been able to hunt down were already dead, slain either by the Crimson Terror or Nephi's. Still, he could at least explore all the places he had wanted to visit. There wasn't much important information left to be found here, but there were plenty of things he could learn that would be only interesting to a researcher like him. The rituals, the mundane details of everyday life, the culture, stuff like that. By the end of it, Sunny collected many pieces of information that would have made the exploration report on the Forgotten Shore more comprehensive. Sadly, all of them would have had to be placed in the not related to combat addendum, which most awakened never bothered to read. Barbarians. Finishing his business in the ruins, he left them behind. Next, Sunny started on the long tour of the remaining 6 statues of the heroes of the Forgotten Shore. He visited the priestess first, since she was just outside the walls of the city. Sunny climbed onto her hand and sat there for a while, remembering the day he had reached the dark city with Nephi's and Cassie. He had been barely 17 back then, knowing nothing of the world. He had just learned that there was more to life than bitter survival. Sunny watched the black sky for a while, feeling regret that the sun of the Forgotten Shore was gone for the first time. He would never see it rise from the palm of the priestess again. Eventually, he wrapped himself in shadows and jumped down, gliding on dark wings to the distant ground. Next was the statue of the hunter, where the cohort had once burned the nest of the iron spiders. Sunny visited the giant arch of white marble on top of which they had rested and played games on the way, as well as climbed to the bottom of the canyon from where the builder's statue had emerged. Strangely enough, that rest stop on the white arch etched itself in his memories most vividly. Sunny felt remorse for never taking the members of the cohort to a real beach. Now, it was too late. He would never have such an opportunity again. Were there even real beaches left in the waking world? There had to be. Rich folk loved their leisure. After that, he circled the distant city from the west and reached the Monument of the Lord. That one he had seen while marching with the Dreamer army to the Crimson Spire. Sunny did not have any particular memories about this statue, but it was still quite significant. That was because, if he was correct, the first lord of the Bright Castle had once defeated a powerful abomination here, receiving the Dawn Shard as a reward. That memory, altered by Sunny, was still one of the most powerful tools in Neff's arsenal. It was the very reason why they had managed to escape the Forgotten Shore, a piece of precious inheritance they received from those who had fought against this cursed place before them. Sunny bowed to the statue of the Lord and continued on his journey, after spending some time exploring the vicinity of the stone colossus. Sunny moved on and found the statue of the Slayer some days later. This one he had never seen Nephis Cassie, and Effie had formed an expedition to acquire a shard memory here while he was living alone in the Dark City. What a pity. Sunny felt a bit regretful about not participating in that expedition. As a shadow user, he felt a special affinity for the Slayer, who had been a stealthy assassin. Her stiletto had served Sunny well before being destroyed when he lost the connection to the nightmare spell. It was thanks to its ghostly blade that he had defeated Horus, the monstrous servant of the Bright Lord. Funnily enough, this place was also where Cassie had earned the Quiet Dancer. Sunny had never learned what kind of bizarre nightmare creature could leave such a strange echo behind. Was it really a sentient rapier? If so, the battle must have been quite a tough one. After exploring the vicinity of the statue, Sunny had indeed found countless broken blades buried in the dust. He could imagine the monument to the Slayer being surrounded by a vast sword grave. By then, there were only 2 statues left on his list. The unfinished statue of the stranger was far to the south, on the precipice of the underworld. Sunny hesitated for a while, but eventually decided to skip that one. He did not want to go anywhere near the Hollow Mountains anytime soon, or preferably ever. That only left the statue of the night, which, ironically, was where he had spent his first night on the Forgotten Shore. Smiling faintly, Sunny summoned Nightmare and sent the dark destrier over the edge of the colossal crater. He had crossed the crater on a makeshift boat made from demon bones the last time around. This time, the dark sea was gone, and the terrible wound left on the Forgotten Shore by the fall of the radiant being could be traversed on foot. Sunny was curious to see what was hidden at its bottom, so he took his time exploring it at a leisurely pace. He had found many hideous bones, but nothing that ignited his interest. Closer to the center of the crater, the ground had turned into black glass, and at its very heart, a round hole led into the depths of the earth. That must have been where the dark sea had come from at night, and where it had retreated to at dawn. He stared into the darkness for a while. There must be several cavernous hollows below the Forgotten Shore, right? All that water had to go somewhere, unless it spilled directly into some other hellish realm. If there were such a hollow, the entrance to one of them would be right in front of him, and with the dark sea gone, it would be empty. The idea of climbing down and spending a few months exploring the underground cavern seemed rather attractive. What kind of derelicts would he find there? But eventually, Sunny decided against it. He was sure that the great cavern, if it truly existed, would be incredibly dirty. Plus, He had already been wandering the forgotten shore for a while. Visiting the statues was taking longer than Sunny had expected, mostly because he was taking his sweet time and exploring many interesting places on the way. Now that the labyrinth of crimson coral was gone, many things had been revealed from beneath it. Old ruins, ancient bones. All too damaged to provide him with any useful knowledge, but still fascinating. In any case, a lot of time had passed. His birthday was, when was it? Sunny counted the months and realized that it was almost upon him. He had celebrated the previous one sometime during the hellish trek over the hollow mountains, so he did not want to celebrate another one in a musty cave. And he had an appointment. Looking east, Sunny smiled darkly. There was a reason he had carried a creepy torch with him all the way from the dark city. He had a promise to keep, and a debt to repay. Chapter 1764, Never Be Afraid Again. A long time ago, Sunny had made a promise to himself. A promise to come back and destroy the soul-devouring tree one day. Now, many years later, he was here to fulfill that promise. He had been descending into the colossal crater for a while, but now that its heart was behind him, the ground was slowly starting to slope upward. Sunny rode Nightmare with a cold expression on his face, holding the ghostly torch in his hand. The light of the eerie flame reflected from the polished surface of his armor and danced wildly in his onyx eyes. It took some time to traverse the crater, but eventually, Sunny saw it. The branches of a great tree covering the black sky. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It lives. He had a feeling that it would. Sunny had changed greatly since leaving the Ashen Barrow. The soul devourer had changed as well. The insidious fiend had already been enormous back then, but now it had grown even taller, reaching into the black sky with its obsidian branches. This tree towered above the sea of ashen dust like a majestic mountain. Its bark was as black as the lightless sky, while its leaves were as red as blood. Of course, Sunny could not really see color in the darkness, but he remembered their crimson splendor vividly. The crimson crown of the magnificent tree used to cover the Ashen Barrow in its shade, but it was much richer and more expansive now, reaching far into the crater. That thing has evolved. Sunny sighed. It was understandable. Since the soul devourer had managed to survive the rays of the annihilating sun, it would have been left with no competitor on the forgotten shore. The crimson terror was gone, and so was the dark sea. The other powerful abominations, like the Lord of the Dead, had been slain by the sleepers of the dark city. The insidious fiend growing on the Ashen Barrow would have used the vacuum to enhance its power. Sunny shifted his gaze, looking beneath the obsidian bark. Then, a sad chuckle escaped from his lips. A fallen terror. He was more or less sure that the soul devourer had been an awakened terror before. It seemed to have risen to a higher rank. Or rather, fell to a lower one. Sunny wasn't sure what the correct wording would be for a nightmare creature. He did feel a certain sense of disappointment, though. He had been so terrified of that thing once, but now it seemed so weak and insignificant. Dismissing Nightmare, Sunny landed on the ground, then walked up the slope of the crater. The ghostly light of the torch illuminated his way. From the Ashen Barrow, he must have looked like a small mote of light in the ocean of darkness. Drawing closer and closer, growing brighter and more chilling. Sunny might have been illuminated by the pale flame, but his presence drowned the area in deathly cold. Outside the small circle of light, the absolute darkness seemed to become even deeper, darker, and more impenetrable, inescapable. He heard the leaves of the magnificent tree rustle in the wind, their murmur seemingly anxious. It was as though the rustling leaves were saying, "Stay away, don't come closer." Untouched by their alarm, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared on the Ashen Barrow. Instantly, he felt an insidious influence trying to subtly twist his mind. The tree was beautiful, the tree was generous, the tree was kind. It was weak and benevolent, and its fruits were sweet. The fruits of the soul tree were indeed sweet. More importantly, they were quite useful. Each contained a shadow fragment for Sunny to consume, after all. Best of all, the ancient fiend could grow them indefinitely. Perhaps he should collect the fruits and keep the soul tree intact. Otherwise, there would never be another harvest. Sunny smiled subtly and shook off the mental hex. It was too easy to do. He had been a mere sleeper the last time. But now he was a transcendent terror. The onyx mantle was augmented by 5 shadows, and the measure of protection against mental attack it provided him with could not even be compared to that of the puppeteer's shroud. Resisting the manipulation of the soul devourer was quite trivial. Its attempts to save itself were a bit pitiful, really. As soon as Sunny shrugged off the hex, the leaves rustled again, this time full of panic. He sensed movement all around him. Hideous figures rose from the ash, 1, 2, 3, 100. Nightmare creatures, new thralls to replace Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie, who in turn had replaced the carapace demon. The soul devourer needed someone to protect it. The abominable tree must have worked hard, luring so many of the nightmare creatures that had survived the annihilating sun under its branches. Sunny would not have been surprised if these were all of them, really every single creature that had avoided being consumed by the Crimson Terror, either through strength or by luck. Nephi's must have avoided this place, because she had no means of protecting herself against the hex back then. But what could all these abominations do to Sunny? Most of them had come from the coral labyrinth and were therefore merely awakened. There were a few fallen creatures among them, but none of a high enough class. This time it was his turn to be the horror. This time it was Sunny who was terrifying, inevitable, and full of murderous frenzy. The shadows stirred, and 100 inky black hands rose from the darkness. They grabbed onto the thralls, onyx claws sinking into their flesh. The next moment the air was filled with the smell of blood. The massacre was harrowing and thorough, the silence broken by howls of agony and the revolting sound of flesh being torn apart. Sunny walked through the mayhem calmly, not even sparing the dying abominations a glance. Soon he reached the trunk of the soul devourer. The leaves were rustling and the branches were swaying, their sound full of desperate fear. He placed one hand on the obsidian bark and closed his eyes for a moment. Then Sunny poured his essence into the eerie torch. Opening his eyes, Sunny sighed and set the magnificent tree aflame. You really chose the wrong person to enthrall. Then he walked back to watch it burn. The view was breathtaking. Bright flames were climbing the towering trunk. The obsidian bark cracked, blooming with smoldering embers. Soon the fire reached the leaves and exploded, spreading across the swaying crown of the soul devourer with tremendous speed. When that happened, the darkness shrouding the forgotten shore was dispelled by the colossal ball of flame burning above it. There was a cacophony of sounds. The roaring of the fire, the hiss of leaves being turned to ash, the cracking of dying wood. All of them fused into a chilling litany of pain, as if 10,000 souls were shrieking at the sky in agony. It was incredibly disturbing. Sunny almost felt as if he was really hearing the ancient tree scream. It screamed for a long, long time. The soul devourer was huge, so it took a while for it to burn down. The beautiful crimson leaves had turned to ash. The branches did too, falling down in a whirlwind of sparks. The delectable, juicy fruits were ruthlessly incinerated. The trunk had taken a few days to die, but it eventually turned into a scorched, broken, hollow husk. But it was only when the roots died that Sunny felt nothing. He didn't feel anything at all. He was of a higher rank than the soul devourer now, and so killing the insidious fiend did not even give him a single shadow fragment. A few days later, Sunny was still sitting on the ground, looking at the smoldering remains of the great tree. He could feel that the creature was dead. He thought that exacting his revenge on the soul devourer would bring him joy, but it didn't. If anything, Sunny felt sad. Such a death was almost humiliating. It was unworthy of the creature that had haunted his nightmares for so long. He never wanted to humiliate an enemy that had earned his respect. When had I become so strong? He wasn't sure. He wasn't that strong either, but he did outpace most of the things in two worlds as far as the acquisition of power was concerned. Finally, Sunny stood up, summoned the endless spring, and washed the ash off his face. The soul devourer was no more, and so, that is done. Now what? There, he had kept his promise. Somewhere in Ravenheart the sun was rising, which meant that Sunny was 24 now. It was his birthday. Sunny stared at the ghostly torch, which looked like it was on its last leg. With a sigh, he walked around and collected a few pieces of charred wood. Then he used the last of the eerie flame to make a fire. Summoning the marvelous mimic, he pulled an alloy pot from its maw as well as a tin can. The tin can contained his last spoonful of coffee powder. Pouring the coffee into the pot, he filled it with water from the endless spring and placed it on the fire. A few moments later, a delicious smell spread in the air. Sunny summoned the shadow chair, sat on it, and waited for the coffee to be ready. Then he brought the pot to his face and inhaled the fragrant aroma. Ah, he remained silent for a while, and then smiled. Happy birthday to me. Relaxing in an opulent chair that stood on top of a tall hill, surrounded by boundless darkness, Sunny sipped his coffee and enjoyed the view of fiery sparks dancing in the boundless black sky. Chapter 1765. The three of them. The last memory Cassie saw was of the mad saint climbing the Statue of the Night. She knew that he could have reached the top in one step, or turned into a crow to fly there, but, for some reason, the Lord of Shadow chose to climb the great height of the beheaded colossus like a mundane human, one handhold at a time. In the end, he sprawled on the severed neck of the statue and stared at the black sky with a detached expression on his pale, handsome face. That was where the memory ended this time. It was almost too much for her to handle, making Cassie feel dizzy. Reading someone's memories wasn't like reading a book or watching a video. She perceived things the way people remembered them, a chaotic mixture of images, sounds, smells, sensations, thoughts, and emotions. More than that, memories were often unreliable and tended to twist the truth a lot. There was no solid concept of time in the memories of most people, either. It was warped and twisted in accordance with how significant the event had been for them, or sometimes for no reason at all. A single minute could span an eternity, while entire years could leave close to no trace in a person's memory. Usually, if Cassie wanted to uncover the truth, she had to gently, or not so gently, lead the man or woman looking into her eyes toward it. Very few people were truly in control of their memories, after all, so she had to guide them patiently. Often, they themselves were surprised to remember the details of certain events in their lives. It had taken her a long time to teach herself how to navigate human memories. Eventually, though, Cassie had become a master of perceiving them. But her hands were tied with the Lord of Shadows, because he was the one choosing what to show her. His memory was incredibly sharp, but the way he perceived the world and remembered things was entirely too strange. On top of that, Cassie's own memory was incapable of retaining many of the things he remembered feeling, witnessing, or thinking about. It was a proper mess, but still, she managed to learn a lot from what he had shown her today. Cassie looked at the Lord of Shadow with a complicated expression. At first, he had shown her the Ivory Island. Knowing that he had been anchored there as a master was already a precious piece of knowledge. She knew that he had not been a fire keeper from his service in the first evacuation army, so combining these two facts sent Cassie's mind into overdrive, countless theories spawning at it each moment. What had been his connection to her and Nephi's? Soon, however, she couldn't help but pause as a cold shiver ran down her spine. That was because she saw herself in his memories. The mysterious man had been so close, he could have reached out of the shadows and put his hand on her shoulder, or drive a knife through her heart, and she had not sensed anything. That was both an eerie and frightening thing to learn. He was right there, in my shadow. She paled. The Lord of Shadows had come to the Ebony Tower to study the runes left behind by the Demon of Choice. Cassie had read them, as well. Very few people in the world were capable of knowing the truth of what was written on the walls of the Ebony Tower, few enough that they could be counted on one hand, perhaps. And the Lord of Shadows, it seemed, was one of them. Shadow God was the god of mysteries as well, after all. So, in a sense, it was only fitting for the Saint of Shadow to be privy to the forbidden knowledge about the forgotten god. Had Cassie herself taught him the truth? Or was she the one who had been taught by him? The memories that followed were like a feverish nightmare. The mists of the hollow mountains was hard to pierce, even with her power. The long months the Lord of Shadow had spent challenging the impregnable mountain chain were like a blur, not only because he didn't concentrate on these memories, but also because he had worn that strange mask of his for most of the journey. As long as the mask, one resembling those worn by the priests of the nightmare spell, was summoned, Cassie could not see anything in the forgotten man's memories. But it was while watching these memories that she finally noticed that there was something strange about the Lord of Shadows. The inconsistencies had piled up until Cassie realized in shock, he is not a carrier of the nightmare spell. She was rattled. How could that be? Something like that was impossible for a human of the waking world, at least, and yet she couldn't deny it. There was no voice of the spell in the memories of the Lord of Shadows. No shimmering runes, no new memories and echoes. There were other clues as well, but the most undeniable of them was the fact that he had spent close to a year learning how to enter his soul's sea. All carriers of the spell could do it from before becoming an awakened, and yet, one of the most powerful transcendents in the world had not been able to. Her eyes widened when the realization hit her. Cassie lingered for a while, then looked at the Shadow Saint with a mournful expression. Is it because he has been forgotten by the spell as well? How lonely and painful would it be to be erased completely from the world? She didn't need to guess. After all, she could experience his anguish personally by looking at his memories. Cassie's lips quivered. No wonder he had been in such a disturbed state back then. Was still. Eventually she was distracted from her thoughts by a stunning sight. Her heartbeat suddenly turned erratic. Cassie took a shallow breath. The forgotten shore, indeed. The madman had actually crossed the hollow mountain, something that most humans considered utterly impossible. And on the other side, a forlorn land lay shrouded in darkness, both familiar and unfamiliar. There was a storm of emotions raging in Cassie's heart, but more importantly, she focused her mind completely on these dark memories, knowing that they would hold the key to the secret of where the Lord of Shadows had come from and how closely tied he was to her and Nephis. Outer Settlement Hunter. One of Gunlog's lieutenants. Maybe even a sleeper from the same year as us in Castor. She peered into his memories tensely, fighting against the inescapable forgetfulness as hard as she could. Cassie shivered when he saw the ruins of the Crimson Spire. She cried when the Lord of Shadows built a grave for the fallen of the Dreamer army. She smiled sadly when he explored the molten ruins of the Bright Castle. She was curious to see the runes for Sunless carved into the wall of the ruined cathedral. Is that actually his real name? Whose name? What had she been thinking about? She was shocked when he descended into the secret cell under the cathedral and read the ominous words written on its floor. Weaver. When the Lord of Shadows started his tour of the giant statues, Cassie was finally illuminated. That arch. He was actually with us during the expedition to reclaim the Dawn Shard. So their connection had been that deep, but it was only at the very end that Cassie's eyes widened and she gasped in shock. The memory of the soul-devouring tree burning was incredibly vivid. Her entire body trembled. From the beginning, he was with us from the very beginning. The Lord of Shadows was not a hunter from the outer settlement. He wasn't from the Bright Castle either. He wasn't even just a sleeper from the same year as them. He was someone who had accompanied Cassie and Nephi's from their very first steps on the forgotten shore. The two of them had been the three of them all along. It was just that they had forgotten. Suddenly, Cassie felt a sharp pain pierce her heart. She felt as though something so precious that it couldn't be described with words had been taken from her. And with that, Cassie finally closed her eyes, breaking the contact between her and the Lord of Shadows with Sunless. Sunny. There were so many details in the avalanche of memories he had shown her, so many hints and clues. It would take her weeks to slowly digest and contemplate all of them, then build her knowledge based on the new understanding. But right now, Cassie did not care to do so and was incapable of doing so either. All she cared about was the feeling of loss, the bittersweet emptiness, and the faint hope of finding what they had lost once again. Chapter 1766. Busybody Sunny returned to the brilliant emporium as the sun was rising above the eastern horizon. If someone had seen him coming back home at the break of dawn, they would have probably assumed that he had spent the night elsewhere, and with someone else, engaging in revelry. Of course, being mistaken for a philanderer would have been the least of his problems. Many people already considered him a lecher anyway. It was better to be seen as a profligate than as someone who had a habit of sneaking into the forbidden parts of the royal castle at night. Now, wait, why does it sound so wrong? In any case, his goodbyes with Cassie had felt a little hurried. She had seemed to be a little dazed and a little rattled, acting strangely around him. Well, it was not surprising. Sunny doubted that she had expected him to dump 2 years' worth of memories into her head in the span of a few hours. But he had no other choice. Initially, Sunny had wanted to share his memories with Cassie little by little. But the war was approaching faster than he had expected, and so he needed her to trust him sooner. Cassie was smart. With what he had shown her this time, she would be able to figure out many things. Most importantly, she would understand that he had been a companion to her and Nephi's for a very, very long time, even if their relationship had been turbulent and rocky for most of that time. Knowing that, she would lower her guard around him more. She would also advise Nephi's to trust him better. Well, and the things Sunny, as the humble shopkeeper, might do in the future would not look as outrageous. Which wasn't to say that he was planning on doing something outrageous, of course. But he had also not planned on participating in scandalous duels and being publicly embraced by Nephi's because of a candy wrapper. So, things just sort of happened when Sunny was around her. He could put a leash on his emotions and control himself better, but he didn't want to. So many things to do. Entering the brilliant emporium, Sunny yawned, stumbled sleepily to his bed. The very same bed he had taken from the hidden chamber of the ruined cathedral fell on it and closed his eyes blissfully. At the same time, his avatar in the basement of the marvelous mimic looked up in disbelief. No way. They had so many things to do, and the original body decided to just go to sleep. Sunny couldn't believe himself. Shaking his head, he sighed and continued poring over his notes. There was indeed a lot to do. He was preparing memories for Rain, developing a design of the soul sword for Nephi's. And by the way, today was the day they were supposed to go on an outing to feed the rumors. As if he was not suffering enough from the rumors already. Despite that, Sunny was looking forward to their date, even if it was a fake one. Before that, however, he still had to work on the design of the sword. Creating a soul-bound weapon was a vexing task. There were 3 parts to it, each presenting its own set of problems. The first problem was perhaps the simplest to solve, which was not to say the easiest. It was the forging of the sword. To forge a good sword, Sunny needed good materials. Usually, he would have just gone with the most potent ones at his disposal. Those harvested from great abominations would be ideal. He also needed a set of powerful soul shards, but there were plenty of those. Of course, the higher the rank of the material, the harder it was to process it. That was why Sunny did not seriously consider using materials harvested from cursed beings. Even if he managed to get something like that, his own power was insufficient to forge it. Regardless, the situation was entirely different this time around. What he wanted to create was a soul-bound weapon, so there was no point in making its rank higher than Nef's own. Actually, it was impossible since she was a saint. The sword would inevitably become a transcendent one. Therefore, using stronger materials would only waste them. Whatever material Sunny did use would be refined into a greater version of itself by the flames of changing Star's soul as she walked the path of ascension. Really, there was no one better suited to wield a soul-bound weapon than her, since its power would depend on the power of her soul, and her soul was bolstered by the radiant lineage of Sun God. So what Sunny needed was not the strongest material. What he needed was the material with the highest affinity to Nephi's and her aspect. Her weapons and armor had a tendency to melt when she went all out, so he needed something that would never melt. Something that would channel her immolating power to the fullest extent, as well. Sunny was pretty sure that he already had the main ingredient at hand. He looked at a certain spot in the material storage of the brilliant emporium. Just by looking there, Sunny felt cold. What he was staring at were the shards of the mystical ice that had once been the heart of the winter beast. It seemed a little odd, using ice to channel fire, but Sunny believed that there was no better material for Nef's sword. The only point he was still considering had to do with purity. Was it better to simply use the mystical ice, or create an alloy on its base? A lot of experimentation was needed to answer that question. He had been experimenting for a while now and would continue to do so for some time. The second problem he had to solve was the soul binding. That one was truly vexing. Sunny remembered the weave of the mantle of the underworld well, and had come a long way in learning its secrets. He had reached a point where he could theoretically recreate most of its enchantments, except for the one he needed to master the most, the Prince of the Underworld. That one had been simply too odd. Back then, in order to fulfill its requirements, Sunny had had to defeat thousands of opponents. The strangest part was that he had not needed to kill them, just defeat them. How did that work? How could a weapon grow stronger from such an abstract thing? There were no soul fragments involved, no absorption of essence. Was the counter of the Prince of the Underworld, the means of soul binding, or simply a restriction placed on the onyx armor by its creator? Sunny wasn't sure. All he knew was that once he had filled it, a new enchantment of the mantle was unlocked, the soulbound relic. Activating that enchantment had turned the mantle of the underworld from a memory to an attribute. Could he simply recreate the soulbound relic, enchantment? Or was fulfilling the demands of the Prince of the Underworld enchantment an integral part of the process? Recreating either of the enchantments was a titanic task, and Sunny wasn't even sure that what he wanted to achieve would happen on the first try. Once again, more experimentation was needed. It was to the point that he was considering temporarily manifesting more avatars to keep working on all these tasks. The third problem, meanwhile, was not as elaborate, but also the most expansive of the three. It was deciding on what other enchantments he wanted to include, and constructing the map of the weave according to the selection. Sunny had a lot to select from. Firstly, he was determined to finally accomplish something that he had been trying to do for a long time, recreate the unseen enchantment of the Moonlight Shard, which allowed the ghostly stiletto to appear instantly in his hand, without any delay between the summoning and the manifestation. There would need to be an enchantment that augmented the resilience and lethality of the soul blade as well. Beyond that, however, there was too much to choose from. The Shapeshifter, Light Eater, and Ghost Blade enchantments of the Cruel Sight, the Death Dealer enchantment of Morgan's Warbow, the Burning Heart and Cold Steel enchantments of the Patient Avenger, and so much more. Worse still, Sonny felt that simply recreating past enchantments was not enough for the soulbound sword he was going to forge for Nephi's. That sword would be a watershed moment in his development as a sorcerer, without a doubt, as well as the mold for the future memories Sonny would craft for himself. So, wouldn't it only be suitable for him to fully take a step forward and design unique enchantments of his own? There was a lot to consider. It was a little premature to be considering these things, however, because Sonny had not been coy when he made the deal with Nephi's. He really needed to learn how she fought these days to be able to tailor a perfect weapon for her. He had to observe her battle art, her true battle art, not the facsimile she had designed to fool the members of the great clan Valor. And there was so little time left before the war. Suddenly somber, Sonny looked around the brilliant emporium. The sword domain had barely had 4 years of peace after the disastrous chain of nightmares. People were just starting to settle into their new lives, working together to help their kingdom develop. But soon, everything would descend into chaos once again. What would happen to his shop then? Would he even be able to keep it open? The restaurant side of the business would suffer the most, no doubt. With a war going on, people would not be in the mood to enjoy delicacies, and neither would they have spare coins to spend. Getting supplies would become a problem, and small private establishments like his would certainly be at the end of the line. The memory boutique would not fare well either, Sonny sighed. Well, the war has not started yet. There's still time. And speaking of time, he opened his eyes and reluctantly rolled out of bed. Sonny had not quite gotten his beauty sleep yet, but there was no time to waste. He had to get ready. The morning was in full swing, which meant that Nephi's would be arriving soon. It was time for their date. Fake date. So what? He was excited. Chapter 7.